You ready, David?
No.
Okay. You ready, David? David, are we ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Board of Equalization meeting. And this will be proceed right before the David, are we ready to go? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Board of Equalization meeting. And this will be proceed right before the got the Devo thing going on here.
Makes you feel like you're the fingers a little bit.
And that's what we received right before the You're ready. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Board of Equalization for March 2nd. We'll proceed the County Commission meeting. And can you guys hear me? Blake, can you hear me? If you can, would you let me know?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Blake. I appreciate it. So I'd like to call to order the Board of Equalization. Commissioner Ibarra.
Here.
Commissioner Gosar is here. Commissioner Richardson not in attendance. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Item number 3. Consideration of changes to on the agenda. Commissioner Ibarra.
I don't have anything.
Nothing for me either. Item number 4, acknowledge receipt of order on petition for review of administration action for Maximus Bossere, petitioner for property at 165 North 3rd Street, Laramie, Wyoming, civil action 35271. I guess we're just say that we received the correspondence from the State Board of Equalization reversing the previous commission's decision.
And accept this decision.
And we'll accept that. Number 5, any other comments or concerns before the Board of Equalization?
Hi, this is Grant Showaker. Can you hear me?
I have you, Grant. Go ahead, please.
Okay, the decision you guys have in front of you is from Albany County District Court, not the State Board of Equalization. Just wanted to make sure that you guys saw that, that's all.
Thank you, Grant. I appreciate that. Jennifer, please.
If you'd like me to clarify, what
Sure.
you have is the original decision out of this commission was appealed to the State Board of Equalization, which reversed that original commission decision. Mr. Basari then appealed the State Board of Equalization's decision to the district court, and the district court upheld the state board's decision, which reversed this former board's decision and found in favor of the county assessor for their valuation of Mr. Basari's property.
Understood.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Thank you, Grant, for clarifying. Is there any other business before the Board of Equalization? Hearing and seeing none, all is, I move we adjourn the Board of Equalization. We will start the County Commission meeting in 7 minutes. And we'll look forward to seeing you guys then. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the County Commission meeting for March 2nd, 2021. It's
Upstairs, Ken? I couldn't.
excuse me, if you have your microphone on, would you please mute it? Thank you. It's a really nice spring morning, so let's get underway. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And Commissioner Richardson. Here. Commissioner Ibarra.
Here.
Commissioner Gosar is here also. We'd like to start the public hearings, but before we do, I know there's people that would be here to comment about the public meetings. For you, an effort to keep this moving as best we can. Could you state your name? And if you're not from Albany County, tell us that. But if you're from Albany County, you don't need to say it if you live. The first public hearing is the Walter subdivision final plat and subdivision permit application SD 0720. Would anybody like to comment on the Walter subdivision final plat and subdivision permit application SD 07-20? One more time, the Walters subdivision, final plat and subdivision. Hearing and seeing none, I take a motion to close the public hearing for the Walter subdivision.
I move to do so.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'd like to open the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision application SD-12-20. Would anybody like to make a comment on the Two Rivers subdivision? Final time. Any comments for the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision application SD-12-20? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing for the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision application.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Now up the amendment of the Albany County zoning resolution, wind and solar energy siting. Just to be clear, this is about the wind regulations that were put out for public comment. This won't deal specifically with rail tie wind project, but this does deal with the wind regulations for Albany County zoning resolution, wind and solar energy siting. Would anybody like to make a public comment for those regulations?
Yes, Chip Kobolnicki speaking.
Sure, Mr. Kobolnicki, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to address lighting ordinances in Albany County. I'm Professor Chip Kobolnicki from the Department of Physics and Astronomy, speaking on behalf of the departmental faculty, which includes Vice President for Research, Ed Sinikowski. We're grateful for good lighting ordinances in Albany County that help ensure dark nighttime skies and preserve the enjoyment of the dark nighttime skies for Wyoming citizens, and also protecting the state and private investment in universities' 2 astronomical observatories that require dark skies to remain competitive. We're speaking in support of section, what I think is H.2.C of the proposed zoning regulations that require aircraft proximity activated lighting on wind turbines. We understand this technology has been deployed elsewhere and has been shown to be cost effective and safe and a good means of reducing stray light. I wanted to provide one bit of information in response to a letter to the editor I saw over the weekend. The Wyoming Infrared Observatory is so named because of the pioneering work done there to advance infrared wavelength astronomy in the late 1970s and early 80s. But in fact, most of the research we do there today is visible wavelength astronomy, which means that proposed LED lighting on wind turbines is especially deleterious to scientific measurements. So in summary, we ask that new development, notably any new wind farm development, be required to implement aircraft transponder activated lighting on its towers. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Professor Kovalnicki. Appreciate it. Any other public comments? If you raise your hand, we'll call on you. And if we don't see your hand, please speak up. Oh, go ahead, Kelly, please. Ms. Schrader, I hope I got it right.
It's Schroeder. County Commissioners. Yeah, my name is Kelly Schroeder and I live here in Laramie. And I am in favor of passing these updated wind and solar regulations as they are. The Planning and Zoning Commission has been working hard to update these regulations to be in line with those at the state level. And it's important that these pass today so that wind projects like Railtie can move forward in the permitting process. And I know we're not talking specifically about Railtie this morning, but I do think that it is important that these regulations move forward so that we don't have a moratorium on wind here in Albany County. And I'm speaking on behalf of the young people in our community who I think that we have a responsibility to in addressing things like climate change and our economic crises that our state is facing. So I am once again in favor of passing these wind regulations as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. Yeah. David, how's the clock looking? Could you reset me? Thanks. Looks like I have Harley Caligas, please.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Harley Caligas, and I'm a student at Laramie High School, and I'm testifying this morning in support of the regulations that have been proposed. As I've progressed through high school, I've become increasingly interested in the environment and how it can be protected, and renewable energy is a fantastic way to do this. The proposed regulations will make sure that everybody involved in the process is held accountable for their actions, while also ensuring that the advances in the development of renewable energy in Albany County can truly be made, and these advances are truly imperative. I feel an obligation and a desire to take action on environmental issues because these issues will affect everyone in the years to come. Renewable energy is an important step in the fight to protect the planet that we all treasure. And just as in any other process, accountability is vital to ensure the best result from this step that must be taken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caligas. I appreciate it. Looks like the next one I have Donald Wirbelis. Sorry about messing up your name. Excuse me.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Please.
Excuse me?
Could you give me the pronunciation of your last name, please?
Wirbelis is the proper pronunciation. And I apologize, I missed the first part of the meeting due to some issues with Zoom. Were there amended regulations that were actually discussed? And I'm concerned only to make sure that the proposals that some of us have put forward as far as setbacks and other regulations to give people a little bit more room around the towers for the small property owners were addressed in the regulations. And I'm unaware that there were any changes to affect more effective protections for folks such as the 1 mile setback, for example. Was there any comment on that early in the meeting?
There has been just a couple of other public meetings, and we're just taking comments now. The wind regulations that are in the packet are the ones that we're discussing. There have been no changes to those.
Okay, Then, just to be specific, I am not proposing that we have no wind turbines in Albany County by any means, nor that the rail tie project in some form might not go ahead. What I am specifically concerned for is the fact that the regulations, as I understand them to this point in time, contain very relatively small setbacks considering the tower heights and the impacts that that will have on the small local landowners surrounding the tower locations. So I'm somebody muted me.
Yeah,
And
sorry. We caught you there. You cut off when considering tower heights, that the setbacks were small considering
Correct.
tower heights.
My primary concern is just to concern that is around the concern that the local landowners' rights are also considered when considering setbacks, and that they're given adequate protection as far as distance from the towers, and that leads into many other things that I'm also concerned about, like the danger of wildfires and having adequate time, which means distance on the ground to attack wildfires that may be generated by the wind turbines, and similar issues as these. I'm pretty sure you've seen them all in letters that have come to you from myself and others, such as Al Manier, who's spelled these things out in detail. My primary concern is just making sure that people are protected, and that those of us like myself who are first responders have a fair chance and a reasonable shot at protecting people in the event that these turbines do cause problems for us.
Thank you, Mr. Weirbillis. I appreciate it. And sorry about that. Tell me when you're ready, David. It looks like the next one I see is Emma Clute. Please go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. I am an Albany County resident. I have been living here for over 30 years. I'm a voter, taxpayer, property owner, conservationist, and I've spent the last year researching wind energy and the potential impacts of wind energy in Albany County. And I am unequivocally convinced that the rail tie project and frankly, wind energy in general would be improperly sited in our county, irresponsibly conceived, and intensely damaging to our county. Despite claims to the contrary, the only party specifically, talking about the rail tie wind project who will benefit from that project is ConnectGen. And with respect to Ms. Schroeder, she does not speak for all of the young people in our county. I am deeply concerned about climate change, as is anyone, I believe. And unfortunately, proponents of the projects that feel that climate change necessitates its approval and installation, regardless of potential downsides, do not seem to realize that not only will wind energy not mitigate climate change, it will actually exacerbate it. It will contribute to this problem that it claims to solve. Our society has begun minimizing and even banning the use of plastic straws because one turtle had a straw stuck in its nose. And yet we are considering appropriating and disrupting the habitat of multiple protected and endangered species. We avoid plastic grocery bags because they take years to biodegrade. And yet we are signing on to bury over 16,200,000 pounds of fiberglass in our landfills from the rail tie project alone. And that material will never degrade. We tax carbon emissions and encourage the use of public transportation, bicycles, and walking. Yet we would invite thousands of exhaust-emitting, gas-powered, extra-long tractor trailers and their pilot cars to drive over 1,000 miles across the country to transport parts and equipment from coastal ports to the project sites. And as we seek to move away from coal and gas and petroleum as energy sources, these turbines are constructed, transported, and installed using those very materials. And worse, at the end of the day, wind power is incapable of replacing these conventional energy sources and simply supplements them. It cannot produce sufficient constant power, even in Wyoming with all of our wind, to replace conventional power plants, which then must continue to operate in addition to those turbines. So in other words, after all of these costs, compromises, and damages, wind energy cannot even accomplish its sole purpose. It is staggeringly inefficient. The actual energy produced by turbines is up to 60% less than its projected energy. And that means that in practice, turbines extract only 39% of a wind's power. 39%.
Thank you, Ms. Clute. It's 3 minutes. I
Oh,
appreciate
I'm
it.
so sorry. I didn't realize that there was a time limit.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely sorry.
No
Okay.
worries at all. Thank you for your comments. Next up, I have Nate Martin, please. Go ahead, Nate. Please remember that the comments are for the wind regulations. I know people are very passionate about the rail tie project, but we're hearing about wind regulations today. Mr. Martin, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my name is Nate Martin. I'm the director of an organization called Better Wyoming. Also a trustee on the Albany County School Board, though speaking for myself, not for the school board. I'm actually phoning in from Cheyenne right now. I'm covering the legislature as part of my day job. And the governor is scheduled to give his State of the State speech in a minute. Last time he talked, he described abandoning small towns because the state can no longer afford to support them. And I know at the school board, we're looking at, cuts that would eliminate up to 70 jobs, which will be devastating for our community. I'm guessing that the county is facing similar budget shortfalls coming up. Contrary to the last speaker, I would say that the tax revenues that come from this project would be a tremendous benefit for many people in our community, not just to save jobs at the county, and people I'm assuming who do these jobs are, not just, twiddling their thumbs, they're contributing importantly to our society. And so, I'm just wondering if, should the wind regulations be amended in a manner that would stop this project? What does the county have for a plan B? Because, I look next door to Laramie County and I look next door to Carbon County, and they've all benefited significantly from the tax revenues coming from wind energy production. And I'm wondering if, we're going to amend our regulations in such a way as to swat a hand that's trying to help us diversify our economy, diversify the ways in which we pay for public services and infrastructure. And, if there is a plan B, I would like to know about it. A lot of economic development that takes place in Albany County involves, giving public money to companies to, build a new building or provide economic incentives. The wind industry is one that you actually don't have to ask to come here. They're willing to come here. We don't have to connect gen a building. And if plan B is, this idea that you're going to site a wind farm somewhere else in the county, this idea that there's some ideal place where a wind farm isn't going to bother anyone. I would also ask that you push back on that notion, because you would end up, we're talking about utility scale energy development. And instead of putting it next to people who have the resources to hire attorneys and send out $10,000 a pop glossy double-sided mailers, the alternative is putting it next to someone who doesn't actually have a voice to stand up for themselves. So I would ask that you adopt the guidelines as presented by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that you do what you can as a board to support renewable energy development in Albany County, such as the Rail Tie Wind Project.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Next up, Carol Bilbro, please. Thanks for your patience, and 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. I submitted written comments yesterday, and one of my first questions is, how do you deal with those? Do I need to reiterate them here, or will you consider them during this hearing later on, or how does that work?
Well, we'll certainly consider them. I read your comments. Thank you very much for sending those along, and thank you to everybody who sent comments. Sorry if I haven't been able to be but 20 emails behind most of your comments, but we'll consider them. You don't have to reiterate them, Carol, if you would not like to.
I would like to just say that I am a resident at Vidvu, living in Wyoming for over 20 years, almost 25 years, and my husband has been in Wyoming since 1981. We are in favor of the project, and in particular, I'd like to support some of the rules. The oversight of the project construction seems like a very good idea. And lighting on the towers is really key, no matter where wind towers are located in Albany County. It needs to be the most aggressive or protective nighttime lighting protections. And also, it's really important to consider when you're looking at your rules not to duplicate some other agency that has already required that kind of approval. So in particular, most of the wind farms will be required to have a industrial siting permit, and it's important not to duplicate what industrial siting is already requiring of the wind farm establishments, because that just discourages them from coming to Albany County.
Is that time up?
And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. Appreciate it. And thank you for your written comments. Next up, I have Natalia Johnson. I saw your hand go up and then it went down. Would you like to comment now, or are you removing that? Okay, we'll move on to Muriel White. Go ahead, please, 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
We have you. Go ahead, Ms. White.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Let me look here. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. I want to make my. I'm an Albany County resident. Sorry about that. I wasn't quite prepared. All right. I want to make my intention clear. Albany County needs to be a safe place to sleep, live in, and enjoy our homes and property. This value needs to be protected by county regulations concerning wind projects. There are many appropriate places in the northern part of the county for wind energy industrialization, such as Boswell Springs, Lucky Star, and Two Rivers. Each one of these locations affected at most 17 rural residential properties. If wind projects are placed in the southern portion of the county, it will conflict with hundreds of property owners who are not receiving enormous profits for decimating their land. The consequences of poorly located wind farms are great and span economic prosperity, human health, animal well-being, and property values. Commissioners Gozer and Ibarra, you met Sherry Birch at her home inside the Roundhouse Wind Project. You experienced and heard her testimony of the effects of a wind project on her life. Based off of ConnectGen's current map, my family's home will be affected by 3 turbines, all less than 4,700 feet away from our house. I won't be able to live in my own home because of the many reasons, including infrasound and loud noise. I know that some people will receive funds that are desperately needed through the Rail Tie project. But is this worth my family's inability to live in our home and enjoy our property? I am not alone. There are many people who have put their entire life savings into buying a small piece of southern Albany County. There is no basis for the accusation that the families who live here are wealthy. If anyone is wealthy, it is the 9 leaseholders that are nicely funded by ConnectGen. Why are the people living outside of the city limits, like my family and I, not protected by county regulations? The answer is that most regulations that would have protected Sherry Birch and many families like mine that will be affected in similar ways by rail tie are non-existent. A very serious problem that the commissioners need to be aware of is the amount of water required to build and run wind turbines. For example, the chosen turbines of the rail tie project will require an estimated 30,000 gallons of water per base to mix concrete. More water is required for dust suppression. Once the blades are running, the blades must be washed to prevent from unbalancing. Now, regulation for water is very essential in this point. Thank you for your time. Sorry to go over.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Next up, Terry Jones. Good morning, Terry. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, commissioners. I would just like it entered into the minutes that I'm in attendance at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ken Duker, please. I hope I said that right. Followed by Mike Selmer. Go ahead, Ken. 3 minutes, please.
You did very well with Duker. Thank you. 20-year resident here, teach at the university, geophysics professor. Support the amendments and you guys' hard work. I read through it. I did have one question. The red annotations to the amendment, those are the new additions? That's a question.
That is correct. Those are the new additions, Professor Duker.
All right. You did very well. I fully support your amendments and of course the wind project. And mostly because I've lived here 25 years and I've seen this city go from about 27,000 on the nameplate on the south end of town to, I don't know, 31,000 now or something. Depends how you count. And, you know, looking at the Roundhouse project, I know the previous speaker said there was issues, but there's no, I guess in the end for me, it's a utilitarian principle, the most good for the most people. And this will be very good for the town and our surrounding counties who have embraced wind energy. In my humble opinion, being the highest grade wind here, we should lace up this whole county with windmills. And all the technical issues people say aren't that big an issue. Yes, we'll keep running fossil fuel plants for the base load, but every day, you know, electricity goes up a factor of 2 between late night and morning. Anyhow, I love this place. It's beautiful. I think the windmills will add quality. I think 5 years out, the people that live up there along Hermosa Road and whatnot up there won't find it any big issue, and it could even be a tourist attraction. I think those windmills look pretty up there myself. And yeah, cowboys can, as we say, it's a university and the world needs more cowboys and the world needs more wind energy. And Albany County, this is a golden opportunity with your amended regulations for us to bring a few jobs in. And of course, we have wind classes at the university in the physics of it. And I just one last comment. The theoretical limit on extracting kinetic energy from wind is 59%. It's called Bett's law. So that one of those previous people that talked about we extract so little energy. It's just not true. Well, it's physics. Yeah, of course we can't violate the laws of physics. And lastly, you know, when you look around the world and the growth in wind energy in the United States and in this state, we haven't done much in the last 8 years, but it works. It works fine. We handle the intermittence issues, so on and so forth. So
3 minutes, please.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duker. Mike Selmer, please. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. Honorable commissioners, I want to say that I do support the regulations as written and would not support making them any stricter. Like every resident, and I don't know if you can see my screen, I received this mailer of this misinformation. I wanted to use my time to explain why I believe you should give little weight to the arguments you have heard or will hear from those who have been misled by the two organizations that support such deceptive practices. Those organizations are Why Wind Here and Albany County for Smart Energy Development. As an example of their deception, 3 people who are not Amanda McDonald have named themselves such in this meeting. These groups lead off by saying that they are supporters of clean energy. You can see it on their flyer. And then ask you to Google what's wrong with wind and solar, Prager. Prager is the source of much of the anti-science climate denial research that has been produced over the last 2 decades. It uses the same methodology that others use to try and convince the American public that smoking is healthy. This piece tells you that turbine blades are toxic. They are not. Right now, most of them do take up space in landfills, which raised, I believe, $80,000 for the one pictured in Casper. But technologies exist and are beginning to come into use that recycle turbine blades by grinding them up and using them to make concrete stronger and lighter. The folks that produce this nonsense want you to Google a bunch of terms that they provide. I'll give you some others if you want to waste your time. The moon landing was faked, chlorinated water is used for mind control, and Trump won the 2020 election. They also use the convoluted argument that wind turbines aren't green energy because fossil fuels are used to build them. They dramatize a sad fact: turbines kill birds. Cars actually kill more, but that's beside the point. Bird kills do happen, but the Audubon Society strongly supports wind energy that is sited and operated properly to avoid, minimize, and mitigate effectively for the impacts on birds. Unlike some other industries, the wind industry actively works to do just that. Studies are underway on a variety of methods for reducing the impact on birds, such as painting one of the blades black. There are more inaccuracies in their arguments, but I don't have the time to go through them all. What is true is that Albany County needs the revenue and jobs this project will provide. Please don't make any regulations that will make this project more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selmer. I appreciate it. Next up, Jonathan Naughton, please. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just want to indicate my support for the adopted regulations as they are proposed. One of the key things in wind plant development is having consistent regulations that are held, both protect the local area, but also provide consistency for the developers. And having regulations consistent with other counties and states, it makes it much simpler for processes to move forward. So I support that. I just want to make it clear that I am a faculty member at the University of Wyoming. I direct the Wind Energy Research Center. I do not take money from developers. I work primarily with federal sources of energy, of support. And in my 20 years of working in the wind energy business, one of the things that really is painful to watch is misinformation. These can be on both sides. In this case, I think we know there's a lot of information that has come out. And if you do your research seriously, you can find out that wind energy is indeed competitive. It is one of the most cost-effective forms of energy, unsubsidized, that is currently available. So just be careful about what you see and do your own research to ensure that you're not swayed by arguments that really don't hold a lot of weight. I just want to again point out that I'm representing myself here today, not the University of Wyoming. And again, I support the regulations as you have proposed them.
Thank you, Mr. Naughton. I appreciate it. Mr. George Jones, go ahead. Good morning, George.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is George Jones. I lived in Laramie since 1983. I submitted written comments, and so I'll be brief here. I urge you to adopt the amendments to the wind and solar regulations as they were forwarded to you from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I've read those regulations. From my reading, I think that they provide you and other planning authorities in the county with the tools to reasonably evaluate wind energy projects that might come before you. And I think that, of course, any wind energy project is going to have environmental costs, and we won't necessarily like those projects, but as you well know, we in Wyoming are facing a financial future darker than any I recall in 60 years of living in Wyoming. And to close the door on the possibility of wind energy development would be quite foolish. So I urge you to adopt the amendments as a tool for evaluating possible wind energy projects. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Next up is 760-0823. 760-0823. Go ahead, please. Could you state your name?
Hello, this is Donna Lang. Can you hear me?
I have you, Donna. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioners, I'm speaking to you today to voice my frustration at the unjust, unfair, and unequalness of your current wind regulations. Even the proposed changes up for adoption today do not address this matter. Setbacks, or how far a turbine to a specific point, is of great concern. The information shows the further away a turbine is from a home, a business, or a school, the better for the health and safety of those people. I would like to point out that the current wind regulations state that the setback for wind turbines to an incorporated municipality is 1 mile, but only a 1/4 mile or 5.5 times tower height to a residential dwelling, and only a 1/2 mile or 5.5 times tower height to a platted subdivision. I will further point out that although the current regulation does not specifically state this, it certainly implies that the setback of 1 mile is to the incorporated municipality boundary, not the first structure inside the incorporated municipality. Why is it you perceive some people's health more important than others? Why are some county residents given a setback to their property line and some to their actual residence? Why the discrepancy? Whatever the reason for the 1 mile setback given to an incorporated municipality, and whether or not the lesser setback distances are state minimums or industry standards, I point out that the end result, the action that the citizens of this county see, is rural residents being treated differently and consequently incurring less consideration for their health and safety. The very definition of discrimination is the unfair, unequal, and unjust treatment of a certain group of people. Please do not let such discriminatory wind regulations continue to be allowed. Please treat all county residents, property owners or not, whether in town or city, whether rural residents, rural subdivision, an individual homestead, or ranch, please treat us all the same. For the health and safety of all Albany County residents, when you adopt the updated wind regulations, please include a non-discriminatory setback distance that could simply read, the setback distance will be at least 1 mile from turbine to all non-participating property lines. Thank you for this chance to voice my opinion.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate it. Next up, Alan Manier. Good morning, Alan. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Thank you for talking to us. I have before you today, I've written a letter already to say that I'm concerned that the regulations don't go far enough, particularly in the area of safety. In the letter, I laid out four very specific areas. One is the problem of setbacks from county roads and adjacent lands to protect from ice throw. We don't even propose to meet the standard that Laramie County has adopted, and hence a standard that would not prohibit wind development. I think it's a danger, and I think it's going to give rise to lawsuits. Similarly, in my letter, I showed a map of the rail-tie wind project, and I think you can see from looking at this map that the county road system that this project is going to be dependent on will have to be completely recast. It is not going to be safe for the residents that are there. I think it's plain on its face. It's not going to be safe for the residents that are there. You need to have some regulations that force planning in advance as opposed to waiting until the project is approved. And I've gone into that in great detail with some suggestions. Third, I don't think you're paying any attention to fire. In particular, I'm concerned about the access out of this area in the event of a fire and the problem of having a whole raft of dead timber, both on Boulder Ridge and in northern Colorado. There is no attention being given to that particular problem. I have some suggestions for that. And finally, I think there needs to be some provision for control of blasting, both for the sake of the base of the wind turbines and for the changes that I know are going to be necessary in the roads. I think taken all together, your failure to address these creates a danger for the people that live in the area and for the people that are traveling through it on Highway 287. And with that, I think I've expressed myself. My problem is not with the regulations that are being proposed, but my problem is to the regulations that have been left out. And as I mentioned to you in my letter, I don't really understand why the Planning and Zoning Commissioner and the County Planner left out any attention to the issues that I've been raising since July, but I am definitely concerned about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate it. I had Dan Fluid next up, but I don't see Dan's hand up. Dan, would you like to speak? Okay, we'll go to Natalia Johnson. Go ahead, Natalia, please. 3 minutes.
Hi there. Thanks for allowing us to speak. I've sent letters as well, as I know a lot of us have, but would like to mention again that I do not support these regulations as they stand. As Al has said, so much is left out, so much causes danger and leaves all of us Albany County residents very vulnerable. I am not against wind development. However, I believe that it being properly cited is imperative. Nate Martin mentioned that Albany County needs a backup plan. Our backup plan are the other wind projects already approved for our county. Those wind projects will bring in $22 million in the first 3 years, starting in 2022. Albany County does not need to be an industrial armpit. We do not need poorly sited wind projects like the rail tie. What we need are regulations that protect us, that enable wind energy to actually be sustainable. The rail tie wind project with current regulations would impact 183 residences and 19 slated subdivisions. That's absolutely inappropriate. And we've got a national monument, we've got wildlife. The concerns go on and on and on, and these regulations do not address them. Please do not accept these regulations. Please update them to protect us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Appreciate it. I had Reba Epler next up, but I don't see. Reba, would you like to go ahead? Okay, Richard Dow, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you for accepting my comments. I'm a resident of Albany County for the last 23 years, and I urge you to send the regulations back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and ask them to make them quite a bit stricter for many of the reasons that others have mentioned. I won't go into all the details, but I feel the rail tie project proposed site is not the best site in Albany County, and we need more setbacks, protection for public safety, protection for wildlife, many other issues. The regulations need to be stricter. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dow. Appreciate it. Next up, Paul Montoya. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Commissioner Gozar, Chairman Gozar, Commissioner Ibarra, Commissioner Richardson. Thank you for letting me take some time this morning. Hopefully I won't repeat myself. I just got here to the meeting. I had to help out one of our wealthy neighbors. He's a Vietnam War vet, and he's having some dementia problems, and we had to find a way to get his phone charged. So I got here a little bit late today. I am a resident of Albany County, and I also represent Albany County for Smart Energy Development. I wanted only today to bring up to date 2 petitions that we put forth. The original petition was put out last fall, and it stated Albany County's current industrial wind energy regulations do not adequately protect the county's natural resources, nor do they ensure the health, safety, and quality of life of the residents, businesses, and recreational users in the proximity of these facilities. I request the county immediately review and amend existing regulations. That petition now has 2,966 signatures as of last night. Just to clarify for people that don't feel this is a good petition for some reason, 2,154 of those signatures are from Wyoming, 813 are from outside of Wyoming. We did allow people outside Wyoming to comment, figuring that they do come to our area for recreation and other business, or have moved away but still have a love for our area. The second petition we started 2 weeks ago was a little more specific, and this dealt with only Albany County residents, and it states, as a resident of Albany County, I request that the county amend current regulations to include a requirement that any industrial wind facility create a 5-mile buffer from any national forest, state park, wildlife preserve, national state monument, or national scenic national or state scenic byway. And to date, in the last 2 weeks, we've gathered 396 signatures, all from Albany County, and we could expect that to grow as more people find that petition something to sign. We support the regulations that are before you today, but don't feel that they go near far enough, and we'd like to have at least this one incorporated into it. But we do feel that the county needs to delve a little deeper. We appreciate you looking into this. It's a complicated issue. It's not only an issue that I think is being dealt with within Albany County, but I think this is becoming a statewide issue. And I encourage you to work with state legislators that are aware of a lot of the problems that we're facing in this county, and communicate to them also the issues that you see that need to be addressed on a statewide level too. So that's all I have to say today. Do any of you have any questions about the petitions or petitions?
Thank you,
If
Mr.
not,
Montoya. Right at 3 minutes. That was
Okay.
fantastic.
I work at that. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good morning.
Yeah. Next up, Ruth Summers. Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning, Chairman Gosar. Can you hear me?
We have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. First of all, I want to thank you guys for all the tremendous long hours you have put reading many pages of letters to you concerning this. My comments to you concerning the proposals were that some of them seem very good. I like the lighting, I like the oversight, I liked your insurance liability, but some seem to be deficient and were not specific enough to protect residents. For instance, infrasound is still not at all recognized in the proposals, nor is flicker. You did not adopt what is considered to be healthy for noise levels from the World Health Organization, with the differentiation limits in both day and night. As far as some of the ongoing monitoring, it's written so loosely that the party who's going to do the monitoring could actually be an employee of an operator. There seems to be no independence that involves a selection between the county to do that work. So you have been presented with much discussion regarding the deficiencies of the existing industrial wind regs, because we do think they do little to protect the health, safety, and the quality of life of your rural residents. You've been told of technological advances in the wind industry, which alleviate some of these problems, like flicker and others that protect wildlife, like identified, that need to be incorporated into regulations, because it is my belief that if they're not mandated, they may not happen. The two most common complaints from people living near wind farms is flicker and audible and infrasound noise. Both of these can be highly regulated, and flicker can be totally eliminated by mapping and breaking towers, and not just limited to 30 hours a year. It's easier to just eliminate them. Problems associated with noise almost can be eradicated with a 1 mile setback from property lines, as other people have requested. Adequate setbacks can also help alleviate problems with ice or blade throw, as Albany mentioned, or the building of roads within a stone's throw of someone's home, as happened with Sherry Birch. Fire suppression systems and nacelles, not just breaking the towers, but actual suppression systems, can be mandated and help reduce problems with fires. Gathering of baseline data of water quality to protect against damage for construction is important. And so too is assurance that damages will be both mitigated and reimbursed. It would surely seem to be in the interest of the county and its residents to include the public in the conversation of blasting plans and road plans far ahead of permit approval, not after it's been okayed. A person will notice where they live on a map, but everyone else looking at it may not notice that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need your help.
Yeah. Can you guys hear the buzzer on the timer, or can you see the timer? I guess if you don't have your camera on, you cannot see it and hear it.
I did not see it.
Okay. Sorry about that. I guess I'll give you a minute or 30-second countdown. If you just give me the high sign, David, I'll tell him 30 seconds to go. Okay. Next up, 317-258-1311. Would you state your name, please? So on the phone from 317. There we go. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I think you got me now. Yeah, this is Jennifer Kirchhoffer, and I do live in Albany County. I do not support the current additions to the wind regulations because we are missing regulations for many things, and significant changes to our industrial regulations are required. Some of these are repeated from what Ruth just said, so I'll try to be brief. One of the things is that ConnectGen, they'll be adding 52 miles of new roads for the rail tie project, but our current regulations have nothing about how close these roads can be to a non-participating resident or property line. NextEra put one 70 feet from a homeowner who had to deal with that construction traffic 24 hours a day. You have the ability to prevent this regulatory oversight. Dust suppression may be required for all roads, but yet we have no oversight regarding frequency, acceptable amounts, or consequences if they do not comply. This oversight is, again, left to the person stuck living next to it for years to come. The blasting plan, we have nothing regarding blasting plans, no restrictions, requirements, oversight, or consequences if surrounding landowner water tables are destroyed, home foundations cracked, or otherwise. I agree with Albany, we need fire suppression systems inside the wind turbine nacelles. Without them, you're sending the message that a wait and watch it burn approach is the safest method for our county, which cannot be the case. With the unreliability of wind energy, only answer today is these large battery storage units. Once these wind projects are in place, the next step is to add battery storage. Albany County has absolutely no regulations for these large-scale battery units, which can be very dangerous and should have some guidelines and restrictions in place before the wind companies ask to erect them in our county. There's nothing stable and secure about lithium batteries. Lithium batteries have a horrifying habit of spontaneous ignition. So I'd like you to please consider that our wind regulations are severely lacking, and we definitely need more attention to a number of issues that have not been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Next up, Timothy Hunt. Go ahead, Timothy. 3 minutes.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate the invitation, and I appreciate you holding these public hearings. I'm a resident of Fish Creek, which is in Albany County. This proposed project is immediately in my view shed, but I actually purchased my property and my home last year knowing this project was planned. So the concept of this project doesn't scare me away, didn't deter me from purchasing my home, but what I am concerned about is rubber stamping, and specifically around one area that I don't believe has been addressed well, and that is section H, operations, and item number 3. And I do believe that internal fire suppression should be required as part of the ordinances, as well as funding for equipment and training by the developer of any said project as required by the county fire warden. I know that these projects are not a one size fits all, so mandating certain fire restrictions for a project is very difficult to do. But this area is a tinderbox. Like a month ago, my son tried to start with his friends a little bonfire surrounded by rocks. And thankfully there was like 6 of them there to put it out immediately, because it is literally a tinderbox. That is a serious concern that we have. And having a fire 500 feet in the air and waiting for it to burn out and putting it out is not acceptable. A really structured fire plan should exist, and not just a rubber stamp one. Some of the characterization of people who are offering comments to this commission meeting are that we're NIMBY, and that's not the case. There are some real serious concerns that affect us. Nobody bought this property to have an industrial site in their face, but understanding that there is a common balance. And I really want to thank the commissioners for staying involved in this and some of the proposed amendments and for hearing us out. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Timothy. I appreciate it. Next up, John Davis, followed by Connie Wilbert. Go ahead, John.
Hi, can you hear me?
We have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Good. Well, I'm John M. Davis. We own property at 244 Elk Crossing Road in Tie Siding, and we're property owners, not residents, but we've been owners since 2005. And 2 of you 3 commissioners have visited our property in connection with touring the area at Fish Creek Ranch. It's the property with the old buckboard wagon in the front yard that I think that Andrew Grant spoke to you at. So you have a mind's eye picture of what it is. I reflect the same thoughts as Al Manier and Ruth, that these regulations are better than nothing, but they need to be tighter. And from a macro point of view, I think you all know that Wyoming bills itself as being the equality state. And Wyoming's constitution has in it an equal protection under the law clause. And that's what we're asking for. And this goes back to what Donna Lang said on symmetry between setbacks on municipal areas and rural areas. The equal protection is needed on the setbacks, and it's not too much to ask. Unless there's a cogent policy reason for the disparity that hasn't been explained to us, it seems axiomatic that they ought to be the same. So thank you for hearing me. My wife, Susie, has submitted comments, and with that, I'm finished.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the comments for everybody who's submitted the comments. Next up, Connie Wilbur, 3 minutes. Thanks, Connie. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Gosar and Commissioners Ibarra and Richardson. I'm Connie Wilbert. I am Director of Sierra Club Wyoming, and that includes about 1,200 members and supporters of our organization who live here in Albany County. So I did, I wanted to start off by saying that I want to be absolutely clear that I am commenting on the regulations or amendments to regulations that have been proposed by the Planning and Zoning Commission that you're considering today. I am not commenting on a specific project because I don't believe that's the purpose of this hearing. I did submit written comments on behalf of my organization, and so I'm going to be very brief this morning. This is lasting quite a long time. And I will just reiterate, as I stated in more detail in my written comments, that we have read the county's current regulations and we have read the proposed amendments that Planning and Zoning has developed. We support these amendments as common sense improvements to the current regulations that will help guide renewable energy projects in Albany County in a responsible manner and in a way that benefits the entire county. So I will just stop there. You can read my written comments for more detail, and I'll finish by saying thank you very much. We really appreciate this public process and this public hearing that you're holding this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Next up, Ann Brandt, and then Roxy Hensley following up. Go ahead, Ms. Brandt. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I wanted to reach out to you. I've started a nonprofit called the Albany County Conservancy, and so I'm speaking to you as the executive director of that group. I started the Conservancy to focus on the protection, promotion of cultural, historical, and wildlife areas in Albany County. And I want to urge you to send the regulations before you back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for sufficient setbacks and other issues that have been mentioned this morning to you. As a recipient of the Preserve Wyoming Award in the state in 2015 for work that I did on my historic building in downtown Laramie, I'm greatly concerned about wear and tear on the 3rd Street corridor. Downtown Laramie has worked tirelessly to have that be a beautification zone for downtown Laramie to get people to visit our community for economic purposes. I feel that that's a direct tie-in to certain things that we enjoy in Albany County and in Laramie that are of cultural and historic significance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate it. Next up, Roxy Hensley. Good morning, Roxy. 3 minutes, please.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Roxy Hensley. I'm a native of Wyoming. I'm a longtime resident and business owner in Albany County. I also am a landowner in Converse County, where my family's property was affected by a wind project called Pioneer Wind that's similar to the Rail Tide project here in Albany County. I speak from experience, and I am speaking today in support of the Rail Tide project and the proposed regulations before this board. First, I support this project because it will provide a much needed revenue for Albany County and for the school trust fund. Despite well-funded and organized opposition to the Pioneer Wind project in Converse County a decade ago, the project was constructed and continues to provide jobs and tax revenue to the community, as well as substantial rents and royalties to host landowners. At the time, I supported that Pioneer project in the same way and for the same reasons that I support the rail tie and the regulations before this board today. Time has proven that wind projects deliver on their promises. Number 1, clean energy. Number 2, jobs. 3, economic development. 4, tax revenue. And 5, minimal environmental impact. Regulatory business certainty is crucial for Albany County to recruit additional business activity and growth. We can't just keep changing the rules and regulations because you don't like a particular business that wants to come to Albany County. There are tried, proven processes to site and permit these types of industrial wind projects, and we need to keep that in mind in our discussion today. These proven processes should be honored by the county and not interfered with by the county. It is for these reasons I ask the commissioners to approve and support the regulations and the project before it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxy. I appreciate it. Next up, Thomas Hamp on deck. Reba Epler. Go ahead, Thomas, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Over 1 year ago, numerous Albany County citizens stood before the commissioners and expressed concerns regarding the deficiencies of Albany County wind regulations. They expressed those concerns to the County Planning and Zoning Commissioners on February 12th, 2020, and at the County Commissioner meeting on February 18th, 2020. Numerous times since those initial meetings, Albany County citizens have attended meetings and written letters expressing many concerns with the wind regulations. Many of those concerns relate to health and safety. Now, here we are a year later to discuss minor changes in the wind regulation that fall short of addressing many of these health and safety concerns that were brought before the commissioners. I would like to point out to the public that there are 10 people in Albany County that had an opportunity to weigh in on the decisions to review, analyze, and determine what, if any, changes are necessary to Albany County's wind energy regulations. Of those 10 people, only 2 people took the time to tour the potential siting area. Only 2 people took the time to visit an existing operational roundhouse wind project in Laramie County. During that visit, I believe those 2 people had the opportunity to learn firsthand some of the deficiencies of Laramie County's regulations. I'd like to ask Albany County citizens, the planning and zoning commissioners, the county planner, and the county commissioners, do you think it's reasonable to make a 30 to 40 year decision for Albany County on wind energy project siting and wind energy regulations without visiting a potential site and an existing operational wind project? Does this give you confidence with our county in making a 30 to 40 year decision with wind energy? And those decisions, would they be sufficiently made that those decisions fully protect the health and safety of Albany County citizens? Many supporters of the Rail-Tie project will lead you to believe that any change to regulations beyond what is currently proposed would kill the project or their project. That's simply not true. Even ConnectGen admitted that they could lose over 20% of their project and the project would still move forward. The key decision before us is what we must do to protect the health and safety of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Next up, Reba Epler on deck, Dan Fluid. Go ahead, Reba. Good morning.
Hi, thank you for considering my comments. I support the regulations presented by the planners and zoners because those regulations promote the greater good while protecting the public interest. And I feel that the regulations presented by the opponents of the ConnectGen Wind Ranch do not promote the greater good or protect the public interest. I feel that the greatest number of people will be benefited by the regulations as presented by the county planners and zoners because Albany County is the poorest county in the state and it has the highest rate of poverty. The economic boost to the community far outweighs neighboring property owners' complaints of a changed view shed. Energy projects bring new jobs and opportunities to a community. And I also feel that the people who will benefit most from this project or future wind projects are not even at this meeting. They are working, or they're in school, or they are not even aware that there are groups of people trying to eliminate future wind projects. The opponents have the resources and the time to stop almost at nothing to stop the Rail-Tie wind project, but I feel that you have to adopt the regulations that were presented by planners and zoners because they were so carefully considered and so many viewpoints were presented at that last meeting. I also want to promote regulatory certainty. These changes are in line with the original regulations, and they do create regulatory certainty. And if the other regulations are adopted, I ask, why would any company apply for a wind project in Albany County when they could apply in Laramie and Platte counties who have much friendlier wind regulations and are not constantly changing their wind regulations? I also feel that energy projects will promote resiliency on ranches and that the strengthening agriculture in Wyoming is vital. The Albany County Plan states that promoting agriculture is one of the goals of the county, along with promoting compatible uses such as alternative energy, and those are found in the county comprehensive plan at page 45 and 46. Albany County wind resource is one of the best in the entire United States, but it's not uniform. The proximity to a transmission line makes the resource far more desirable, and there are locations in the county that are more desirable than others. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to adopt the regulations as presented by the planners and zoners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reva. I appreciate it. Next up, Dan Flood, followed by Kirk Stone. Go ahead, Dan. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. I represent Bar S Services. We are an employer based in Cheyenne, neighboring to Albany County. We have a little bit of a different perspective in what I'm going to speak about today. Our business has primarily been based on oil and gas services. And last year with the and we employ a lot of Wyoming residents with good paying jobs. Well, last year with the unprecedented collapse in our industry, in order to preserve as many jobs as possible with the people who depend upon us, we had to pivot and diversify. One of the areas that allowed us to survive last year was by working within wind energy. And it's actually provided us a great opportunity moving forward. So we worked on a couple of the wind projects that have been referenced here on the west side of Cheyenne, and found that the projects were very focused upon making sure that the landowners, that the ranching, that the wildlife, that there was as minimal impact there as possible. And so having experience being out on those sites and seeing how that works, it was a very good viewpoint in order to be able to look at how we can position ourselves to try and move forward. We are very much in support of this rail tie project in hopes that we can establish a footprint in Laramie County if this moves forward, and we would be looking to hire local people to work on the project with us. Also to establish a yard in that county so that we are working there locally, not just on the project, but as it continues to move forward. One of the things that I would caution is, and has been referenced, is over-regulation and what it can do to the development of the wind processes here. Look at what we're seeing in the oil and gas industry.
30 seconds, Dan.
Thank you. And in the potential over-regulation that we're seeing with a change in administration in Washington, D.C. The effects upon this state will be devastating. And so I would encourage the commissioners to adopt the recommendations of the planners and zoners in your county and move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next up, Kirk Stone. On deck, Katrina Cox. Go ahead, Kirk. 3 minutes, please.
This is Kirk. Can you hear me?
We have you loud and clear, Kirk.
Thanks, sir. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I own property up in the Summer Rain Ranch area, which has been my dream since I originally attended university here in the early 1980s. And I've been a long-term resident of Laramie. And I believe that as I sit back and look at this whole meeting and the comments for and against and whatever, and the distractions, it seems to me that these regulations as proposed are deficient and that it needs to go back to the drawing board. There's too much inequity and one-sidedness in parts of it. And I thought it was interesting to hear from the guy at the university with the observatories that there isn't already some kind of grandfathered protection for that facility. I mean, that has been there, I don't even know how long, 40, 50 years or more. I'm surprised that there's no regulation to protect that area. You know, we talk about required lighting on the towers, And, you know, that isn't just up to the FAA. We can say if the FAA does not sign off on this, then you just cannot have towers in this area. So I think that's important to look at. Overall, I just think that there's a lot more discussion to be had, and there's a lot of things in these regulations that need to be tightened up. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Kirk. I appreciate it. Katrina Cox, then followed by 317-874-7729. Good morning, Katrina.
Hi, good morning. You can hear me okay, correct?
We have you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I come to you as a community member and business owner. I've been a resident here for almost 20 years and have raised my family of 3 girls and owned and operated a business now for 13 years here. As a small business owner, I strive on the community and the growth of it to operate the business. This company that is bringing in this wind project has been working overtime to make sure that residents are safe, that the community will thrive, and that our community will benefit from this implementation. I don't believe they left a stone unturned. We have a reputable liaison working with this company to ensure that the county will be well taken care of. The regulations that are being brought up right now are from complaints and interests of those that simply don't want to see these windmills in their backyard. The problem with these proposals is the problem. When we see something that we don't like and going our way, we have to bring something up. That's the natural way to do it. Complainers bring up issues to stop progress in their tracks. The bottom line is that this type of micromanagement and what I believe is overgoverning is why Laramie continues to suffer financially and through our growth increasing. We need to build. We need to have progress come to our county. If we are going to turn away the $14 million and the $3.5 million for the next 32 years, it makes no sense to me. My family is in the last year of raising our kids. My last senior at Albany County School District. I have been on boards and I have been in meetings over the years looking for funding so we as parents don't have to burden this problem year after year. Parents in general will spend an average of $300 to $500 per sport, club, or musical or travel activity when the kids are on the road per season. They are only offered $12 a day to eat. So who picks up that void? The parents, donors in their community, and people that come forward. As this last year has proven, COVID took a great toll on our businesses. Much of this money is going to be used for education. I look at this for future generations and want to see our kids and families have the same luxuries that exist in other wealthier counties, such as Gillette and Rockville Springs. I also look at this as a business and future customer base coming into our community. We need not to cause such red tape for every business, corporation, or innovation. My time's up?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I'm just about done. We need not to cause such red tape for every businesses, corporations, and innovative idea companies that want to come to Albany County. If you have lived here for a good amount of time, everyone knows that businesses that have wanted to come in got shot down because of the red tape and roadblocks that get in the way because of a very small amount of people that oppose. I ask that this is looked at as a huge financial benefit for our district and county and get this project moving now and stop the delay with regulation changes. I have one more sentence.
Okay, read it, please.
Let this project move forward, please. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Next up, 317-874-7729. Would you please tell us who you are and 3 minutes wind regulation?
Yes, this is Tony Kirchhoffer. I wanted to talk a little bit. I've spent my entire career being an executive at 2 of the largest investment firms and currently as an executive in the largest investment advisor in the country. None of that's really that important with the exception of it gave me incredible experience to understand business, how they think, how they operate, and how they choose. And I think one of the biggest challenges we have here is we're looking at this very transactionally. Most of the comments have been that way instead of strategically. And as we've done a study and already identified that the chief impediment to growth and attracting business to Laramie and Albany County has been suitable executive housing. At the same time, I've talked with the CEO of Premier Bone and Joint, who said he can't get a physician's assistant because of, that same concern. And at the same time, we've got a new president. And where did the university president move to or build his house in? In the area that you have identified as a priority growth area to help attract businesses and top executives that are out there. If we really want to grow, we can't make the mistake that no successful business makes. And it's simply, we can't sacrifice the long term for the short term. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. If we come forward with minimal changes here, we allow the wind industry to decide where to put things and what to go. And they are not going to make that decision based on what's best for Laramie and Albany County. It must be us. Nobody cares about your future except for yourself. That's the hard and fast rule. And I will tell you, if businesses see commissions and cities make decisions that sacrifice the long term for the short term, they will not come. I had a CEO of a largest investment house in London call and ask if there was land around. I can't do that when I know what potentially could be an impediment out there. I'm more than willing to help attract businesses to this community, but we have to look towards the long term and take a business approach rather than a short-term transactional approach that so many people have talked to. I'm not anti-wind. We've got several wind projects in the county. That's fine, but we can't put them in our priority growth area and watch that destroy the long-term future. If it do, that will absolutely be what happened. And I don't want to be the one to come back and tell everybody I told you so. Because for me, this is kind of with all the experience watching business, this is a 1+1 type of situation. So we need to take a pause and make sure that we are looking towards the long term and not sacrificing it for the short term. And I believe my time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Next up, Mitchell Edwards, followed by Brett Epler. Go ahead, Mitchell Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear. Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Mitch Edwards. I'm with the law firm of Nicholas and Tangeman. As you know, we represent many landowners who are affected by a potential project out there. But today I want to talk to you about the regulations that are before you. Your county comprehensive plan mandates that you implement regulations that ensure that wind facilities are sited properly. That is the purpose of these regulations and regulation reform. The purpose is not to allow wind energy facilities and companies to simply come in with lax regulations and take the lowest hanging fruit because it's convenient for them. Rather, the goal is to make sure that the wind facilities are sited properly for the public health, safety, and welfare of this county, of its citizens, and of its natural resources. The regulations that you currently have were adopted in 2010, over a decade ago, based upon minimum standards that the state put in place. I was part of a committee that initially looked at these zoning regulations in 2010, and at that time I instructed the committee that these regulations were deficient. The county has been given by the Wyoming legislature the authority to regulate these industries and to regulate the siting of these, unlike mining operations and other operations. But if this county was given the ability to regulate mining, would it implement lax standards or minimum standards, or would it look to the science and studies that have gone on over decades in order to make sure that its citizens are best protected and that the facilities are properly located? Over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of science and a lot of studies. Our regulations ignore those. For example, the current regulations with respect to lighting do not require ADLS lighting and best available control technologies. Rather, they say if approved by the FAA, we should be requiring that they go seek the approval of the FAA in the first hand. And if they can't get the approval, then they should come to the county and either seek a variance or the project should not go forward. Setbacks are important. Just recently, Kansas has put in a bill to adopt standards for setbacks for 1.5 miles from residences, 3 miles from airports and public hunting, 1 mile from non-participating property lines. Why is that important? Because Kansas is the #1 wind facility generating state in the nation. They've also adopted standards for 40 decibels or less. They've also adopted, most importantly, the purchase agreement be in place before they get a permit. Why is that important? Because what we continue to hear about is the issue of money, 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 money to promote these projects. But if there isn't a participating power agreement in place, the county gets no money, stated simply.
Thank you, Mitch, appreciate it. Next up, Rhett Epler, followed by Carson Annenson. Go ahead, Rhett, please, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your time. And I guess to Mitch's last point about there not being a buyer yet, there certainly wouldn't be a buyer if the project isn't approved or even the permit submitted. So I think that is a common complaint of the anti-wind crowd, but it's, if you just think about the scope of the project, and once it's permitted, it will, because of the high quality nature of the wind and the transmission lines, which can handle it, there will certainly be a buyer. I guess the one thing I would like to talk most about is and people have talked about regulatory certainty and economic growth and things of that nature. And I think all that is important, but I do think that as we're thinking about the future of Albany County and what we want it to look like, this project will essentially protect a lot of the open spaces and land. It will protect wildlife, and it will certainly ensure that the future economic stability of the county. So I think these are all really important things to take into consideration. My final point is that, you know, this has been an ongoing process for a year now, as somebody had mentioned, and the planners and zoners put a tremendous amount of work and effort into this. The county commissioners have put a lot of work and effort into this, and the regulation changes that have been proposed were not the result of anybody not taking very much time to look at this. Again, this has been a year to a 9-month process. So I think that that is something that needs to be noted. They worked very hard on this, and you know, I trust what the planners and zoners have to say. And I think that this project will also benefit a lot of businesses in town, like hotels, restaurants, people that own properties that want to rent them. A lot of these guys are going to stay at the Wyotech dorm, so it'll be a huge boost for them. And this is, you know, when you're in really a bad economic situation, things are kind of about money. And I just want you to, you know, thinking about the future, I do think that this is important. And I also want to note one more thing. This is not a high priority growth area. This comes from looking at the map. And this also comes from talking to David Gertsch, who has repeatedly said that the project area in concern, these large working ranches, are not a high priority growth area. So that is just a common misconception that has been, you know, just repeated constantly by the anti-wind crowd. So with that said, I really appreciate your time and your consideration in this matter, and I look forward to listening to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Red. Next up, Carson Annenson. Good morning, Ace. Can you hear us? You're muted, Mr. Anderson. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Negich. Good morning.
Here's Carson Anderson.
Okay, we got Carson. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Albany County resident.
We can't hear you guys.
Let me get a little closer here.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We got you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm an Albany County resident. I'm against the Thai plant project, as I have close longtime friends in the wind business. So I'll move on. My comment goes to Commissioner Richardson. I called and asked last fall if I could get my portable toilet pumped. You sent your son up to do the job. I want to say his name is Gar. Well, there, Gar proceeded to tell me and 2 other people how much money you were making off the wind turbines.
Wind regulations, please. Can we just take the wind regulations, please?
I'm going to ask that Mr. Heber Richardson remove himself because of being biased. on this project because of the amount of money that he's making. So I do not think that he can be impartial. And I would, Mr. Richardson commented last year, I gave up my seat to a young lady named Bonnie Bath. And he said that was a manly thing to do. I would ask Commissioner Richardson to do the manly thing and remove himself from this commission because of the amount of money. So there you got
it. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Are you finished with the wind regulations, Mr. Anderson?
Okay, no, that's it.
Thank you.
Just that.
Next up, Mr. Negich. Good morning, Gary. 3 minutes, please.
Oh, I'll be a lot shorter than that. Can you hear me?
We have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to speak to the availability of places to build homes and buy homes. Although I'm not an investment banker, I have been a banker in town for 30 years. And my research shows that there are over 150 buildable lots available. If you go north on 9th Street, there's a development that has 40 lots that will give you a view that is unobstructed to some of the greatest scenery you can find. There's also Bob Blake Estates. I mean, there are so many developments waiting, shovel ready to build a house. I don't know where Mr. Wolf is coming from with that. I know the president of the University of Wyoming went out there fully aware that the wind project was there. So that's what I have to say. And I'll be back with you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Negich. Any other comments? If you've already commented, please refrain from commenting again on the wind project. Anybody in the room here like to make a wind comment? Loretta Anderson, go ahead, please. 3 minutes, wind regulations, please. Loretta? Okay. Anybody in the room?
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Please, Loretta.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Loretta Anderson. I am an Albany County resident for 26 years. My husband and I are currently building our forever home retirement on Corral Springs Road. We support smart energy. Our home is solar and wind powered. Our water source is a year-round spring. This project will consume no less than 400 million gallons of water. Can you guarantee that our spring will not be affected? And next, if Albany County is so destitute, why would we spend $2 million to basically put a new door in our courthouse? How much monies will Albany County get from the 2 existing turbine sites we already have going? Albany County does not have a money problem. We have got a severe spending problem. Connect Gen is promising jobs. It is my understanding that these jobs are union jobs. A very minimal amount of these jobs will be open to local residents. If you go through Medicine Bow or Rock River, you will see hundreds of campers with out-of-state plates. These are employees that come with the wind turbine companies to put up these monstrosities. I will ask you to please notice that a lot of these people supporting the current regulations do not live in the infected area. That's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Loretta. Anybody in the room? Okay. One more time. Anybody on the internet would like to speak?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
And who is this, please?
Fred Ames.
Hi, Fred. Good morning. Go ahead. 3 minutes, please.
Yes, and thank you all very much for letting an out-of-stater address you. Thank you. I'm going to speak about the Ames Monument, of course, and that is it behind me. That is a group of Ames relatives. There's about 60 of us came out for the National Historic Landmark ceremony We all had a very nice time in Laramie. I met some of the friendliest people, and I really enjoyed being out in Laramie. My concern in the regulations is that there is sufficient setbacks for this monument and National Historic Landmark monuments in general for the regs. This monument is very much dependent on scale and the being in, if you pardon my expression, a desolate area. These windmills will be, machines will be 10 times, approximately 10 times the height of the monument. So that is very important. It is a monument that is recognized for historic value and also for architectural value, and it is well written on. And I guess I just like to close on this is my perspective is obviously different. I live in Massachusetts. But this is a national monument. Just bear in mind that is also there for the interest of people all over the country. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Hopefully I'm not going to butcher it. Mark Eisel. Hopefully I'm close. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Mark Isley. I'm the owner operator of the King Ranch. We live down by Cheyenne. I've lived along the I-80 corridor my entire life and raised cattle there. I currently also operate there in Albany County on the Pole Mountain area, adjacent to where you're speaking. I also live down at Cheyenne next to the Roundhouse and the Duke Energy Project, Silver Sage and those things. And no one has talked about two really important issues. One is water. The windmills use no water. If you're concerned about water for residences, the last place you want to look are in those high mountain peaks. It's a problematic, it's a problem for livestock. It certainly is a problem for human consumption. And let's talk about wildlife. Everyone's worried about the wildlife. Well, since we've had that wind farm adjacent to us and on us, the wildlife has exploded. We have more animals than I ever recall in my 60 plus years of living here as a resident. We've got moose, deer, elk that I've never seen before. The antelope love the windmills. They stand in the shade in the summer. They get behind them to get out of the wind in the winter. They have not affected our birds, our raptors. My predecessor, Ann King, was a bird lover, huge bird lover, a spotter and counter for both Audubon Society, Wyoming Game and Fish. And in the 13 years that we had the one project here, the city's Happy Jack project, she counted one bird kill that was confirmed by Fish and Wildlife Service. And I said, oh my gosh, that's really terrible. And she says, no, compared to road kills, transformer and power line strikes, it was absolutely minimal. She would have happily fought that if the case would have been otherwise. They have been no detriment to the rest of our operation. Our cattle do not care. And I have yet to have a single person come to me and say, I will not move to Wyoming, or I will not pass through. I will not see your monuments or your national forest because of that wind farm. In fact, I've had people secretly say, I love them. I think they're attractive. They're very mesmerizing, but I'm afraid to say something because I don't want anybody to pick on me or accuse me of anything. These ranches need some viability with the people that own them. That's where they're probably going to be. We still will provide access. We'll still provide hunting. And we have something that I think is priceless. And that's the ability to bring young people back to these operations. That's what we did with ours. It enabled me to bring my daughter, my son-in-law back. This ranch will move forward.
30 seconds.
It will generate income for us, but also for the county, which has produced millions down here. And that's really super important to provide services. UW released a study on housing development subdivision versus everything else. The subdivisions are what cost the county. Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I appreciate your time today. This is important. I'm in the middle of calving. I wouldn't have come and taken the time to visit with you, but it's crucial. I think you should move forward with this project. I think it's done properly. I think the regs are in place. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Isley. I don't see any hands. I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the wind and solar energy siting regulation.
I so move.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you all for your comments, both written and verbal. Excuse me, I guess, Terry, we'll catch you in the public comment coming up. You can make your comment then. Sorry, I didn't see your hand go up. Item 3, comments from the public. Cherry Cameron, go ahead, 3 minutes, please.
Can you hear me, please?
We have you now. Thank you so much.
Yes, I was trying to raise my hand. I'm Terry Cameron. We own 4,600 acres within the project area for the rail tie siding project. We bought that ranch in 2013, not knowing there's wind or not wind, not for or not against. I'm from the oil field, so always fossil fuels has paved the way for me and for most of Wyoming. But now we're kind of in a crossroads and eating a mix. And so I backed off my heavy feelings on fossil to say, you know what, this has got to be part of the energy mix so we don't have problems in the future that we maybe saw in Texas and elsewhere. But energy is not free. So you either pay the piper for oil and gas or your views are affected. We knew some of our views would be affected, but that did not deter us from buying the ranch. So I hope everyone looks at it. Yes, it's going to be great for the majority. It's going to affect the views of a few, including our own. But I'm totally in favor of this project, and I hope you approve it the way it's stated. I've never seen the thoroughness that I've seen with ConnectGen on doing any kind of environmental or impact statement. And I've been through many, many in the oil field. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Any other public comments?
Pete, this is Christina.
Christina, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to just talk to you guys briefly about National Employee Appreciation Day, which will take place on March 5th. As you guys know, the county has historically done a variety of things for the employees to show our appreciation. I had sent you guys all an email with an idea earlier this week. However, I have had a sponsor come forward and offer to buy pizzas for the county employees on Friday for lunch. And not just pizzas, but whatever they would like from wherever we choose to order from. And so with your guys' permission, I would like to have the option to do that for the staff and work with each of the departments to get lunch provided on Friday in our appreciation for National Employee Appreciation Day.
Wow. I want to say no lunch for you, right? But we'll take that up. Christina, thank you so much, and thank the donor. We'll take that up in 24, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any public comments left for the rest of the meeting? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to close.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chestnut, go ahead, Tim, please, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get in on in the earlier, it wasn't recognized, but I just want to say that one of the things that bothered me in the comments was that the Chicken Little sky is falling thing about the regulations being adopted for 30 years in advance. Regulations are a moving target. We see that. I think the county is making a good step updating these regulations. And I think they need to be looked at more often than they have been. We can't do it every 10 years, but these projects are essential for the growth of Albany County, and the money that comes in on these projects. One of the things that they have done amazing things on already is road improvements. Albany County is the poorest county in the state. We blade our roads twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. This will allow some well-traveled roads to be maintained much more often than that. And I would echo Mr. Martin's comments at the beginning. I think he stated it as well as it possibly could have been stated. I thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I'd entertain a motion to close the public comment.
We closed the public comment.
We did. Okay.
We did the public hearing.
We into the public hearing, and then we're at public comment.
We have multiple layers of public comment.
Yes. Well, we'll do it again, just to make sure. So you've moved
I
to
move that we close the public comment period.
Second.
moved and second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4, disclosures. Commissioner Ibarra,
I have none.
Commissioner Richardson.
I only have one, and that is that Ace is my friend.
Yeah, okay. We'll look for him on the agenda. And I have none. Item 5, considerations to changes to the agenda. I have 3, I guess: a removal of item 20, a removal of item 24 as it is with the audit, and then replaced with the National Employee Appreciation Day that Christina just covered. Any other changes to the agenda?
None for me.
All right. I'd move for, I'd accept a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all opposed, same side. Motion carries. Item 7, discussion regarding the Laramie Public Art Coalition for the Courthouse North Entry. Laura, are you available?
I'm here.
All right, it's still morning. Good morning. The floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here this morning. So I just wanted to give a brief update on where we are with the public art call, which actually closed last night at midnight. And we have 139 applicants from across the country and from here in Wyoming who are very excited about submitting to the Albany County Courthouse. So we have our work cut out for us, and it'll be very exciting. But the last time I was here 2 weeks ago, we talked a little bit about having like the temporary, sorry, I'm like really echoey. I hope you can hear me okay. Having a temporary exhibition in sort of the downtime between now and when the artwork from the call will be installed next spring, so spring of 2022. I believe you all have some documents for me. If not, I can send those to you, but basically what I'm submitting is that LPAC could lead an open call to the community to do a temporary exhibition. I'm calling it Hello Neighbor. So we can have artists and anybody who identifies as an artist talk to the community and say, answer the question, what do you want to say to your neighbor? We will have a small selection committee that will pick work to be displayed in the new courthouse entrance from the end of April through January of 2022. And so basically today I just want to get some feedback from you all to make sure that we'd have permission to install works in the courthouse, and also think about what happens sort of after this temporary installation to make sure that walls could be repaired before we install a permanent work of art next spring.
Thank you, Laura. That's super exciting news. 139, did you say? 139?
Yeah, 139.
Wow, awesome. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. McDermott?
It's fun.
Okay. Well, I guess we don't have an action item, Laura, but it appears that the commission likes your idea for Hello Neighbor. Unless commissioners, I hear something else.
Great idea.
And then LPAC facilitate that. I think it's a great idea, and it's going to be super great. Thank you so much, and thank you for helping us get 139 applicants for art on our front door. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it speaks volumes to people are excited and really want to participate here in Laramie and in Wyoming and do some art here. I believe before I go quickly, I think Paul Taylor, are you on this call right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great. Hi, Paul. So I know we had talked about this last time too. So Paul had reached out. He does some murals with the high school students. And Paul, I know that we had talked a little briefly about potentially having some of those murals on site temporarily as well. But I don't know if you wanted to chat about that really quick.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to offer some work that's been going over about 4 years that celebrates our Laramie's water, our water story, and it's they're high school designed and community painted, and we have 3 murals and 1 in process that we are prepared to offer as maybe a revolving exhibition that could be part of even the permanent installation, but even a temporary part of the temporary installations as well. Just to bring your attention to it, so you know that it's there. They're in the high school commons. They're up for viewing, and the principal, Mr. Lewis, has agreed we could revolve them and just get some more exposure for this work that's been done. And it's STEAM approach, science and art together, celebrating the first one celebrates our Laramie River, which you can see the silhouette of Snowy Range from the high school. And then if you turn to the east, you can see the aquifer. The second one celebrates the aquifer. The third one celebrates the what happens in the aquifer, the dynamic geological nature of the aquifer. And the third one we're working on right now celebrates the recharge zone with Pilot Hill, the importance of Pilot Hill. And they're all celebrating our wonderful water resource that we have in this county. And they're available for your use. We making them available for your use in whatever way, an appropriate space that may be there, that could be. And this is an ongoing work, obviously over 4 years now, and we plan to do more. So thank you.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Taylor. Laura, do we need to do something with that other than say yes? Or what else? Do you need us to give you the go ahead? I think it's a great idea to have Laramie High's artwork in our courthouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that is, approved by the commission, we can, Paul and I can work together on that. And, that could be part of, again, this temporary exhibition that we're proposing as well. But we can work something out together that would be suitable for install there.
Commissioner Richardson or Commissioner Ibarra, any?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Laura, so would this just be part of the artwork being displayed and then there'd be a call from other artists?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe, Paul, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, the murals are 10 feet long?
They're around 10 feet. One's
Right.
12 feet, and then actually one's 18 feet. So that's another, they've got to work with the space too. So that's another practical consideration. But yeah, the last 2 are 10 feet by about 4 feet, 4 to 5 feet, 52 inches. And we're really proud of them. So we're happy to show them off.
Any other concerns, questions? Looks like you got to go ahead, Laura and Paul. Thank you so much for the offer, and thanks for willing to do that. And look forward to seeing what Hello Neighbor brings us.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a great morning.
You too.
Thank you.
Item 8, present for consideration the Walter subdivision final plat and subdivision permit application SD 07-20. David, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's been a few months back, but you did see the preliminary plat for this subdivision. The applicant is Coffee and Engineering Survey. The owner of the property is Gail Walters. It's located at 7 Pole Drive or Lodge Pole Drive in Fox Park. the current zoning of the property is small lot residential, and they're requesting a final plat and subdivision permit. Access exists for both the lots from Lodgepole Drive. There were a number of reviewers and no one really commented on anything crazy. And they were pretty supportive of this. Bill did review it, Bill Gorman, and provided some comments that the applicant addressed. This area is in priority growth area 4 as defined by the comprehensive plan. Water and sewer currently exist on for both of the properties here. This is basically a division of an existing lot, and there's already two residential structures on it. They use a shared well, which is on lot 1B, or it's the one on the north. I can't remember which one it is. 1B or 1A. Anyways, and there's an easement that accesses that, so that both property owners have access to that well. They both have an existing septic system on the properties. The storm drainage report was completed and reviewed by the applicant and reviewed by the county engineer, Bill Gorman. Utilities, postal service, roads, road maintenance, all those things currently exist on the property. There's already road maintenance that covers the Fox Park area. And there's utilities that access both of these because it's already developed basically. Fire protection, the fire warden's waived any fire safety requirements for the subdivision since it's only 2 lots. Findings of fact, the summary of subdivision requirements listed in a staff report shall be incorporated as findings of fact. The final plat complies with the standards of the Albany County plating and subdivision regulations. The fire warden has waived the safety requirements for this project, and the property is already developed and has a dwelling on each of the proposed lots. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County plating and subdivision regulations. As I have mentioned, this area is already developed, and both these lots are already developed. So there's no further impacts that will be created from approving this subdivision. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the final plan subdivision for this application. Is there any questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners? All right, well, thank you, David. And entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Walters subdivision final plat and permit application SD 0720, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9, present for consideration the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision permit application SD-12-20. Joseph Wells. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. The applicant and owner of this subdivision or of this application is Felicia P.B. Stevenson Revocable Trust. The location is at 34 Two Rivers Road. Request for approval of preliminary and final plats and subdivision permit. The current zoning is rural residential. Access will be from Two Rivers Road, an already existing road. Grant Schilliker had no concerns. Karen Bowman had no concerns. Bill Gorman had a comment about a potential drainage problem with a portion of the plat and recommended an easement that covers the problem section, and that has been addressed. Art Seigel, chair of the Albany County Fire Department 1, had no comments. And Rob Fisher, superintendent of Road and Bridge, said with the change of the subdivision's lot numbers and boundaries, lots 2 and 3 will need approach licenses to access the county road. The application for approaches would be needed once building is permitted. And Amanda Loesch, Habitat Protection Supervisor of Wyoming Game and Fish, had no concerns. This property is in priority growth area 3. Water and sewer for lot 1 is already established, but will need to be established for lots 2 and 3. Storm drainage, a report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Bill Gorman. A drainage easement is required per the regulations. However, he would support a variance that designates a drainage corridor that would prohibit building inside. Powered light has electricity in the area. Telephone, landlines, and cell phone services are also available. Postal service can be provided to all lots. No new roads are being proposed. Two Rivers Road is a county maintained public road. Fire protection has been waived by the fire warden. Findings of fact, the summary of subdivision requirements listed in the staff report shall be incorporated as findings of fact. This application qualifies to be reviewed as a small subdivision in accordance with the Albany County planning and subdivision regulations and has met the standards of the process. The preliminary and final plats comply with the standards. A variance was accepted by the Planning and Zoning Commission from the drainage easement requirement and instead have a drainage corridor that prohibits building, and fire safety requirements have been waived by the fire warden. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County planning and subdivision regulations. The subdivision is being proposed in an area that has been previously developed into a residential community. The lots will be accessed from Two Rivers Road. The addition of two lots in this area should not create any substantial impacts to the area. The drainage corridor variance has been accepted by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which does not allow any building inside that corridor. The application appears to meet the requirements for a subdivision permit as outlined in the Albany County Planning and Subdivision regulations. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval for the preliminary and final plats and a subdivision permit for the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plats applications SD 1220 based upon and incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report and upon receipt of a letter waiving the fire safety requirements by the fire warden.
Thank you, Joseph. That's a lot. Commissioners, any questions for Joseph? I'd entertain a motion on item number 9.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Two Rivers subdivision preliminary and final plat and subdivision permit application SD-12-20 based upon and incorporating findings of fact and conclusions of law as listed in the staff report and upon receipt of the waiver of fire safety requirements by the fire warden.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I never made a motion that great in my mind.
That's pretty well done. And Sue, could I maybe just have you pull that microphone down a little bit?
Sorry.
I'm not sure if people can hear you, but hearing and seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 10, present for consideration amendments to the Albany County zoning resolution, wind energy siting regulations. David Gertz, Planning Director, should that say wind and solar energy siting? Oh, so the next one, sorry.
Well, they're both the same now. After we approved the solar, they're one and the same.
Okay.
So maybe we should say wind and solar, but they only deal with the wind.
Okay.
Wind things. So
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead,
So,
David. Thank you.
yeah, Mr. Chairman. So the Planning Commission has continued its work on reviewing and updating the Albany County commercial wind and solar energy regulations. For many months now, we've obviously received public comments on the rail tie project and some of those things, and which kind of instigated this whole process. It hasn't been too long ago that we did do some updates to bring them up to state statute minimums, and these go above and beyond what we've already done there. So I'll just go through first, just, thank you for the Albany County community and all of the comments that we received. I think we received some very intelligent and appropriate comments on these regulations. And it was just good to hear both sides and their well thought out comments. So just thanks. I think that was great. So, but what's proposed here includes an amendment that will require the information that the applicant puts together when it comes to wildlife, cultural resources, and social economics issues. So basically anything that goes through industrial siting, all this stuff is put together for them, and then they will pass that on to us so that we can have that and consider that when we make our recommendations and on permits. It also requires a noise study, which we've never had before. So this will be a simple noise study that they'll have to provide so that we can look at how noise will affect people that are outside of the project area. This amends the road maintenance agreement requirements by requiring execution of agreement prior to development on the property. This just ensures that we get this in place before they do anything, before they start building roads or anything else, so that we have a good idea of what impacts they're going to have on county roads and traffic patterns and those types of things. This also adds an amendment to require oversight of the construction of the property to occur by a third-party inspector. This inspector will receive updates and go out on the property and make sure that these things are being done like the company says they're going to do, and make sure that everything is following the rules there. They also amend the regulations to require aircraft detection lighting systems approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. So our county actually was on the cutting edge of these regulations years ago, when there was a company that came and talked, and one of the commissioners had went to it, and they were called something different. They weren't called the ABLS lighting before, but we actually put those into our regs and required them before I think the FAA would allow us to require them. And then we backed off and we made it a must instead of, or a shall, or not a shall, a may instead of a shall, so that we could require them. And then when these things were approved, we were able to do that. And I think this is just more of an update. We will require these as long as FAA approves them. FAA, we have to follow what they say. They're that level above us that we have to make sure that we're following what they say, and that'd be the only thing that we would have to make sure that those are done. And I just will note too that according to the gentleman from Industrial Siting Council that came and talked to planning and zoning, I think the board was invited to. They mentioned that they've required all of the projects since like 2015 to have these types of systems. So we're just kind of following in what they're doing as well, and we'll have that as well. We amend the liability insurance requirements. We up the amount of liability assurance that is required. We amended it to prohibit on-site disposal of construction waste. And then planning and zoning also provided a requirement that they request that the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council include Albany County is an entity listed on the financial assurance for decommissioning. We're not doing our own decommissioning or requiring financial assurance on our site. We just want to request that we have our name on that bond that goes to Industrial Siting Council, so that we have a little bit of saying what happens. And honestly, we'll see what they do when we request to do that, but that's what's in the regulations that are proposed here. So that's what's being proposed now. I mean, obviously, we heard some great comments. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try to answer what planning and zoning is proposing here. If not, commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just have a comment. David, I want to thank you for acknowledging all the good comments and saying that there were some good comments and all. I know this is a very emotional topic for a lot of residents. And for you to acknowledge and recognize that it is important to so many, that there were good comments submitted. I appreciate that.
Any questions for Mr. Gertz? All right, to entertain a motion for item 10.
I move that we approve item 10 as presented.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Richardson, at this point, I can't second that. I feel in light of all the comments that were received by email, as well as what was presented here today, I would like to take a little bit more time to be able to look at some of those a little bit more closely, as well as my own observations in the various tours I did. So I, at this point, don't feel I can second this motion.
Is there another motion?
I would like to move that we continue this discussion in a future meeting or a work session and move that we approve the amendments subject to further amendments and considerations to be formed by the county commissioners through a work session.
Can't follow that.
Okay, basically, Heather, I'm asking that we approve these amendments subject to further amendments and considerations made by us, the commissioners, through a work session, just some time to discuss what has been placed
Point of
here.
order, I don't think we can do a conditional approval. We either approve them as presented or we keep working on it. I don't think that we can conditionally approve something.
Okay, Peggy, can you speak to that effect, please?
Chairman, Commissioner Ibarra, good afternoon or good morning still, good afternoon. At this point, the better way to go forward with what you want to accomplish, if I understand, would be to continue this to a future meeting, okay, for you to hold a work session in order to review any amendments you want to make. And you can discuss that and direct staff to make amendments. And then we can bring those amendments back to the regulations, keeping in mind, if you make substantive changes to those regulations as a result of that work session, those portion of those regulations. So let's say you amend one portion, one section, that would have to go back out to comment and you can move forward with the remaining items. So probably better would be to hold off because you don't want to approve anything right now without a work session to further drill down to what you heard. And then bring this back at a certain point after that work session. And then you can make a decision what you want to do with further amendments at that time, if that's okay.
Peggy, just a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
If we were to approve these, if we were, let's see, not to approve these amendments to the regulations today, and we have received an application for permitting, would they fall to under the current regulations and not these amended regulations?
That is correct. Okay. And hypothetically, which we can't get into other applications, but Mr. Chairman, hypothetically, if that application doesn't come in until April or so, as long as you're moving quickly, which you've got to go out for for approval, and that's a 45-day comment period, then that portion, so you can approve what you have because you already have the comments. But if you make substantive changes, that would have to go back out for comment. So your time, you're really up against any applications. And you see my point that it will have to go back out.
Okay, well, I made a mumbo jumbled mess of that.
No, actually, Mr. Chair, those are great questions actually to understand because this is a little bit unique with rulemaking and how you have to go back out for comments. And no, absolutely. I think it was a perfectly legitimate question to inquire and how to best effectuate what you want.
So Peggy, just a few questions to follow up. If we were to approve the amendments, but wanted to see additional amendments, those would have to be sent back to the planning and zoning. They would have to work them over and then come back out to public comment. Is that how I understand it? Or could we just move those amendments at this board and then put them out for public comment?
You could move them forward and then put them out for public comment. So I do not believe that you can go back to the planning commission. It can go back out. You just have to give that proper notice if that's what you want. However, if you would like the opinion and to get more public input on those questions, then you can send it back. So you have that ability, but I believe that you can put that comment. And I know in the past, we've not done that through certain regulations and prior to my administration, but you really need any substantive changes to go back out for comment.
And so if we did not move these amendments and a permit came in, this commission has some ability to require additional things that aren't on our regulations, correct?
You
So-
will be prohibited. So let's say it comes in today. Let's say they file the application today, and you make a decision to move this in the future for a work session or to not move forward the amendments. The regulations that are in effect today will apply to that application, like grandfathered in. So then what you can do is if you were to approve the amendments today, these regulations would apply to that application. However, if you move forward, the application comes in tomorrow and you want to do some additional items, they've already applied, so those would not apply to that application.
And my final question, my final hard question, if the regulations are quiet on a topic, and then all of a sudden an application comes in and you're, oh my goodness, we're quiet, we have nothing on that. Do we have the ability as a commission to require that of an applicant?
My opinion is no, because you did not put that out in the regulations, and case law and state statute indicates that, you know, if they, God bless you, apply with the regulations, that was what would move forward. So you have to have it in your regulations. Now, if it's something unique to this project, meaning uniqueness and it falls along with one of the items, you could require that. But generally speaking, you have to have it in your regulations in order to hold a person accountable for that item, unless Mr. Birch feels otherwise. Agree with that? Yeah. He's shaking his head, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why it's really critical if you have some issues, and I presume setbacks or anything along that line, you know, now's the time to have that dialogue. However, we have to go back out, in my opinion, for comment.
If we have that dialogue today and we make substantive changes, we have to go back out for
You
public
can go
comment. I just want
forward
to
and
be,
adopt what you have already in place, but no matter what, you're gonna have to go back out. 45 days today is what, March 2nd? I mean,
in May.
you're close. So I would recommend if you're going out, do it today, make your amendment to go back out. Because you're close to that app, but there's nothing preventing anybody filing their application soon. And it could, you know, and knowing, you know, I know we have the elephant in the room, we all know what applications coming forward. I think they are a great company to work with. We've been working with them for road use agreement. I can't speak for them, but they're at this point, they're filing their application with the siding. I don't know when they're filing their application with the county. So they're just filing it with the industrial siding in April, is my understanding. And they've been very good to work with. That, you know, I really feel confident no matter what you do, they will work with the county. So it's up to you to get moving and making that movement. But I don't know when they're planning to file their application with the county for permit.
And Peggy, what is the process with the industrial siding? Does that take some time before, do they have to go through that process before they can apply to the county, or is it
they can apply?
mutual?
Yeah, they're separate, Mr. Chairman, they're separate processes, and I'll defer to David, but they are separate and separate process that are parallel. But we, generally by the end of they get to the end, in my opinion, at the end of the industrial siding permitting, they want to see that permit in place. Two Rivers, if you'll recall, wind energy project, they do not have the permit for Carbon County. And so they received the industrial. We're still waiting on Carbon County. Albany County went forward. So we're kind of sitting there in limbo of what's going on. So
Yeah, I'd just say that typically they try to start the permits with the counties before, but that's how it's been done in the past, and it kind of goes to industrial siding, but it doesn't have to be that way, and it doesn't appear to be that way right now. The only thing that we've been told about when you get an application is in the spring, and I didn't know that was one of the seasons in Wyoming, so I'm not sure when that but yeah, I have heard
a couple days. Yeah. And no matter what our regulations are, if this commission decides that it's not in the health and welfare and statutory authority of this commission to not approve the permit, we cannot approve the permit.
Well, you have to, if you do not approve the permit, there's findings of facts and conclusions of law.
Yep.
And you have to base it on something within your regulations that were not complied or you have concerns within the regulations. If you are, and so you have to meet one of those categories. And if it doesn't, then that would, per state statute and case law, you have to have a basis. And if not, it will go up on appeal and you probably will be reversed and sent back down because you have to comply with your regulations. And if they've complied, you know, and you have a team of people by these new regulations, you're getting new information that we never had before. So like the noise and different items. So there's a lot that will be reviewed by staff and making determinations based on that.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification. Peggy, so then if there is something that they didn't comply with, they have, what, 30 days to get their project plan to comply again and then resubmit it? Is there not a process back and forth before it goes to appeal?
The deadlines, they can take their time and comply. It's our us as a commission, you're under a deadline time period to meet the marks. If they apply for the application, you have so many days to show if they're in compliance. If they're not in compliance, then you tell them and then they can bring it back. But they don't have the deadline like you. Okay. You're set. You have to have that.
Yeah, the statutes really outline like the timeline. They don't even really consider for planning and zoning, but we figured a way to kind of plug them in there. Like once we get an application, you guys have to say it's complete within 30 days. Then they have like 30 days to look at it and make any changes that you've required. And then we have to publish once that's all done between 45 days and 60 days. We have to have a public hearing. So we're really, once it's applied for, we're on a pretty tight schedule. We just have to keep it moving through that process. So.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Mr. Richard?
Mr. Chairman, I only have a comment. Yeah. It is this. I take great comfort in the fact that I don't have the privilege of ruling on things extra legal outside the law. I like that we have regulations and I never attempt to make a ruling that, you know, there's something findings of fact and conclusions of law. If an applicant, doesn't matter if you're building a house or like a subdivision, whatever the county has oversight over, you know, as far as approval goes, if someone can check off all the items on the list and they're still subject to the whims of the commissioners, then there's no such thing as property rights, and there's also no reason to have any rules. It ought to all just be decided on our whim in real time. The whole purpose of regulations is not to make people do things, it's to protect people from the government. It limits what we can impose on somebody. That's the whole point of regulations. It's not so we can make them do things. It's so that there's a limit on what we can make them do. So our job is to say yes, and here's how, and the regulations describe the here's how. We don't necessarily get the choice to say no, because that is tantamount to a taking. The regulations describe how we say yes. And it doesn't matter what project is in front of us. So in light of this, I don't see any reason why we would not approve these regulations, why we would wad them together with anything that's to come. Because what that'll mean is that we are holding these changes hostage to some idea, a nebulous idea that we want to exact some change, but it has to go back to the Planning Commission. We have a statutory process to do that. We have to draft the changes, we have to publish them for public comment. The public comment lasts a certain amount of time. Then we have a public hearing like we have today, and then we vote on it. So if we reset the time, I mean, like, I actually don't have any problem with the regulations as they are today without these changes. So I'm okay with whatever we decide to do. What I'm not okay with is this board trying to impose something because we like the idea of it. If it's not written in the regulation, it's not a good way to do government. And I really like keeping the citizens of Albany County from footing the bill for a lawsuit. I take great comfort in in not stretching the rules. And I'm happy to offer a motion again if you guys have considered.
Yeah, well, just the first statutory authority of this commission is the general health, welfare, safety, morality, as interesting as that is, of this commission. And so if it's underneath that we have statutory authority, we're not acting extra legal, we're acting within our bounds. And so regulations in my mind aren't to protect the people from government, it's to set a boundary between peoples, right? Knowing that our property ends where the next one begins. And we have to recognize that as a people. So that said, there are two motions on the floor. And entertain a second for any one of those.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the overall arching notion of protecting the health, safety, and welfare is further defined by what's in our regulations. That concept does not supersede the regulations. That's the informing concept to create regulation. So we don't get to impose on our whim what we think the health, safety, and welfare is. We then refer to our regulations and what we've done, and we make them. And so if we want to impose a concept of health, safety, and welfare on the public, we have to draft it, publish it, have a public hearing, and write it down so that everybody can read it and see it. It's not the world according to Eva Richardson. I will not rule by fiat. I will not.
Those two things are separate in my mind. So there's a motion on the floor, two motions actually.
Point of order, I don't think we can have two motions on the floor. I'm going to entertain one at a time.
Okay, so yours is the first. Entertain the motion to, could you restate it for me, to accept the
Mr. Chairman, I moved and move again to approve item 10 as presented.
I will second that just for further discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion.
I appreciate everything you're saying, Heather, as far as the process and all. I totally understand that. And I appreciate the input from David and Peggy today as far as what this could mean by not advancing the amended regulations as far as an application that could come forward before we have a set regulations that we all agree upon. I just feel that there's still some issues that need to be addressed, just for the same thing that you're saying, safety and health of our residents. And I'm torn because I don't want it to fall back on the regulations we have right now in place. Those aren't sufficient. I do like what the amendments have done so far, but I don't know if they've gone as far as they need to. I'm torn right now, to be honest with you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ibera, if we don't approve these today, then the regulations stand as they are written today. It's not, that doesn't preclude going back for another bite of the cake. You know what I mean? That it's a false choice to say we can't do this because we need to do more. You know, Albany County planning and zoning regs are updated all the time and as often as we think we need. And so if we say we're going to amend this, then the regulations stay as they are for at least 45 days. And it's 45 days from when we publish them, and we can't put them in the paper today. So it's probably something more like 50, or unless if we did it at a regular meeting, it might take us till the first regular meeting in May, depending on how the days fall, or we could schedule a special meeting. So basically, if we don't approve these today, we will be
stuck with
we
the
will
rules.
only be able to enforce unless we do by fiat and make it up as we go. We will only be able to enforce what's on the books as of today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if I could clarify some
Sure.
of Commissioner Richardson's statements as well as questions by Commissioner Ibera. Just to clarify, and maybe I didn't explain it completely, but today, you moving forward the amendments, I think Commissioner Richardson has outlined that if you don't go forward, then if an applicant comes in today, they're going to apply the regulations that are in place. However, you could do both. We could go forward as a commission if that's your choice today. We discussed what you would like to amend. Those amendments, those sections of the rules can go back out for comment while you move forward these amendments today. So from the dialogue of the public comments, I kind of jotted down about 9 to 8 items that were discussed that are within the regulations, and I can outline what those were, but mainly those found in the category of setbacks, as we had discussed from residents. Noise levels was already addressed, if you will. You didn't set a decibel, but you did have a noise plan, which gives you that open authority to look at that plan to see if there's an issue with what your current regulations. So I think that opened the door, and we could revisit that. The other was ongoing monitoring by an independent person, which you heard today. There is a clause that allows a third party, which, just for clarification, Laramie County came and spoke to the Planning Commission to kind of give what they learned from that project, and that is some of what you're seeing in these regulations. So that is present. The rest was roads. Well, if you recall, I did say to have that road before you issue. So we're working on that right now to negotiate that. And we have standard agreement. We've been working, and that's the agreement template we've been doing already. Fire suppression within the turbine area, if I recall, was there something that we added about that? I can't remember.
You didn't have anything for fire suppression, but they do have to provide a plan that addresses fire suppression and any other emergency response type thing. And they have to work with the fire people and emergency responders to create this. So.
And then the last one I had, the last one is new to me, and I've been doing this in choke cherry. So this was a new one to me that I had heard today. So I learned something new, and I didn't have an opportunity to research it, the validity of it, was the regulation as to battery storage of the lithium on site and all of that. That was a new one to me that I have never heard. And I've been doing this since 2000, whenever I've been doing this. So this is a new one on me. I don't know if that's valid. If it is, I think that goes into hazardous waste and storage, and we have other regulations. And then lastly, we would have also as part of that private company parent permit that could be under industrial site. So, Dave, do you have anything with blasting, explosives, and storage of anything that would be part of the
I don't.
I can't recall.
Yeah, and honestly, I would feel a little uncomfortable just making a bunch of changes and sending them out for review today, because I would really like to look into whatever changes we're proposing. If we're looking at increasing setbacks and those types of things, and just kind of do some research on some of those things before we would move forward with even publishing those. But yeah, I mean, it's your prerogative to do what you want, but I don't want to create any problems without looking into it a little bit more.
What you could do is approve what you have today and come back to another work session. That's going to have to go back to the process. And I think you need to move rapidly to get that taken care of. As you can hear, there's a laundry. Some of this has been already taken care of in the current amendments. And so I'd say I got a handful that was on it.
Mitch, I see your hands up, Mr. Edwards. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I just want to point out a couple things. One, I don't know if it's just my end, but when folks are addressing the commission and they're moving around, it's very hard to hear them. And so some of Ms. Trent's comments we didn't come across on the Zoom. So just wanted to point that out to you. And then I also wanted to bring to your attention that there's another option here. And what we see is that we have our head over a barrel with time and trying to enforce something that we have plenty of time to get right, and we should take the time to get right. And that is to do what you've done with the aquifer protection regulations and to take time and put a temporary moratorium in place in order to consider those going forward and to get the regulations right. Doesn't mean that you can adopt that moratorium to today's meeting, but it is an option for you. And when it comes to ConnectGen, people are going to say, oh, no, you're interfering with them. But the reality is their final EIS isn't even due out until November of this year. So if they were planning to apply in April or May, you still have time to do that. You're just ensuring that you give yourself time to properly consider the regulations and get them right in the first instance. Thank you.
And I saw Carol Bilbo's hand went up. Carol, did you mean to do that?
I did mean to do that. We cannot hear anything Peggy is saying when she walks away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So I have absolutely no idea what has been suggested. We're lost. So if we could get an update on where you stand with the proposals for solutions to the amendments, we would appreciate it.
Super, yeah. Could you give us a brief synopsis?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, this room is awkwardly laid out, and I do not have a computer, can you hear me, at the lectern. So hence, I have to run over because taking notes, I take them electronically and not with a pen. So I apologize, I didn't have a pen to write it down. But essentially, let me address, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mitch. It isn't working, evidently. So just to address what Mitch Edwards had brought out about moratorium, the concern I would raise, that is the third option that I did not bring forward. And the reason being, it does have a chilling effect on the application through the industrial siting. And once Albany County files a moratorium, that sends the message to the state and their process. And although Mr. Edwards feels it can keep moving forward, it's going to have an effect on their application through industrial siting. My experience, and I've done this a lot, so I'm a little bit apprehensive to recommend that. It is an option. It would take, as you've been through with the aquifer, going back to the Planning Commission for a moratorium and recommending that. And you may not get that recommendation from the Planning Commission. If they do recommend it, we've gone in this again, because it's like we've argued before, it's kind of putting authority in a unelected board, but that's the way the case law and everything has been interpreted. And so we are wasting time. I think the better approach is to move forward with what you have today. Come back with an amendment to discuss these amendments and to walk through. I don't have my notes in front of me, but essentially Through the public comments, I identified many issues that were raised. Some of those comments, I believe, are addressed in the amendments today, but there are ones such as setbacks that are not addressed. I would like to further look into, and I think there is a fire suppression type of plan or something that would need to be done. One of the speakers had mentioned the storage of hazardous material or batteries or lithium, which is a new item that I am not familiar with, and I've been doing this a while, and it may be correct, but I've never heard that. But I know through the parent permit of industrial siting, they deal with some of these issues, and I would have to check that. The other item they dealt with was noise. Noise was dealt with that we are requiring because for the application through the state, that would also come through. We did not adjust the decibel noise, but there is room in the current regulation as written to address it through any findings depending upon their plan. It also addressed through the comments, if I recall, we discussed, if I may step away just a little.
Just suffice it to say there's some topics.
Yeah, the monitoring by outside sources, that's in your regulations now, and pretty well covered the way that it's written. And again, these recommendations before you also were taken from other communities that were looked towards and lessons learned. So at this point, you could consider a moratorium. That is another option, and I apologize I didn't bring that forward, but I just believe from my experience that could have a chilling effect on the project.
So Carol, I think just to wrap up, we could not approve these amendments. We could approve these amendments and continue to work on them. We could approve these amendments and not work on them, or we could have a moratorium. Those are the four options that I understand. But that moratorium would not happen today, and it would not happen. It'd have to go through the planning and zoning and then come back through us. So those are the where we stand. Just sitting in front of us, we have a motion from Commissioner Richardson to move these amendments forward. Any further discussion? I'll second that motion. Or it's already been seconded, excuse me. Seeing no further discussion, sorry about that, I lost my place. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we will approve those amendments as they're presented. And then there seems to be some idea on this commission that we would like to continue to move on regulations as they're a moving, living body of work.
So if I understand correctly, you would request the assistance immediately of our planning commission to evaluate those topics that were brought forth today in the public comments as to specifically those items, which I think they were discussed to the planning commission and they did not move those forward, but we could ask them to specifically address those items that were brought forward. And
we could do that as a board, right? Because it's come from the planning and zoning to public comment coming to us. We could set a work session, make some adjustments, send it back out for public comment, and that is the process.
Yes, you could do that at this point. Omitting the P&Z altogether. Yes, you could do that. And I would suggest you set it in quickly, your work session, in order that we can bring it back for setting a public hearing and getting it back out for comment.
Okay. So David, I guess the next question will be for you. If we have some comments, what kind of time frame do you need to adjust these regs, to do some research? I'm not thinking of 15 different comments from me. I have a few ideas that have come to me that I've done some research on.
Okay, like 2 to 3 weeks, probably.
Okay.
I mean, I can do it as quick as possible.
Okay.
But we just have a lot of permits that are coming in right now, so we don't have a whole lot of folks in my office, so just be mindful of that.
Okay.
But I will do it as quick as I can.
Okay. Commissioner, you satisfied with that? Yeah. Super. Can I take about 10 minutes? I've been here since 9:50 and my bladder's about to break. So I'll be right back with you on item 11. Thank you.
No, I'm totally fine. I was sick. Got a couple of snacks. I'm hunkered down for the duration.
Albany County Commission meeting for March 2nd, 2021.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We need Jackie to be doing the minutes. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kayla is covering Jackie. So thank you, Kayla. Item 11, present for consideration directive to publish amendments to the Albany County zoning resolution aquifer protection overlay zone and set a public hearing. David, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, the Planning and Zoning Commission has been working on updates to the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone. You can probably recall last year that we moved them on, or the Planning and Zoning moved them on, and then we had some work sessions, at least one or two, I can't remember, we might have had two. And it went back to Planning and Zoning, and they've made some of their corrections or amendments that they would like to have published. So I'll just give you a brief run through of what was changed. On page 2, we added a definition of best available control technology. Page 3, there was a clarification of the delineation of the aquifer protection overlay zone. Page 4 corrects a reference, deletes the process to request for inclusion into the APOZ. Pages 5 through 10 creates a aquifer protection overlay zone development permit, and this includes the approval process, criteria for approval, including the site-specific investigation, and then exemptions to the permit requirements. Page 15 removes system repair and tank removal from the needed PE design requirement that a new system must follow. And then page 16 through 19 overhauls the current non-conforming use standards specific to the aquifer protection overlay zone regulations. So at this point, we're the planning office is requesting the opportunity to publish these and go up for 4 to 5 days, and then we can come back and have a public hearing and determine what to do. So if you'd like to go that route, that's what we're asking. So
thank you, commissioners. Any questions, concerns? I'd entertain a motion on item 11.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct to publish the amendments to the to the Albany County zoning resolution aquifer protection overlay zone and set a public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussions?
Only when do we set the public hearing?
I think David had an idea. I thought I read it in the packet. May, was it?
Oh, shoot.
What was that?
I scrolled ahead to my next item, so let me find that real quick.
May 4th.
That sounds...
To conclude on May 4th?
Right, yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you,
And set the public hearing for May 4th.
Yeah.
That was a big pause in my motion.
Yeah. So the public hearing would start and end May 4th, just to be clear so people are paying attention.
The public comment period would start once we publish, and then it'll go to May 4th, which is over 45 days. So.
Perfect, perfect. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, David. We got one more. Present for approval, request for proposals for professional services to develop a natural resource plan for Albany County. David,
all right,
please,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So this is a request for proposals to go out for professional services for this plan. We put together, what we'll do is we'll publish here soon, and then we give the applicants about 3 or 4 weeks to provide proposals to us, and then we'll go through that process. We don't have the actual paperwork per se for the approval of the funding after we changed it, but we have been notified it's up in the works. So we obviously will make sure that we have that before we offer any contracts or anything like that. So, and that'll be, you will approve that once we go through that process of reviewing the proposals and those things. So, any questions about that?
Any questions, commissioners? And this, of course, has the intern, the law intern helping us along.
Yeah,
with this project, not this specific.
Yeah, yep. So we actually, I've been in contact with the intern, and they're working on a paper. I met with them and the professor, and so they'll have something to us probably as this starts going, and so we can include that information. They're going to do some legal research on how the natural resource plan impacts our ability to work with the federal government on federal lands. So I think it'll be really good. I think the professor and the student were really excited about doing that for us. So that's already in process. So
what a great opportunity. I'd entertain a motion for item 12.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve a request for proposal for a natural resource plan for Albany County.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Richardson.
A good thing about this is that when it's developed, the natural resource plan identifies the resources, and it entitles us to be at the table when it comes to the management of federal lands and policies that go into that in our county. And without it, we don't necessarily get a seat at the table unless it's offered to us, and it can be somewhat. So this guarantees a certain standing in the process for county officials.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Did we vote on that? Okay. No further. I've lost it. So you go further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, David. Thank you, Joseph. 13, present for approval removal of 5.0 floating holiday policy from the policy and procedure manual. Christina.
Hello. So the removal of this policy is the floating holiday policy, which essentially says that individuals who are on their normally scheduled day off, if it falls within a holiday, will be given the holiday at a later time. Mainly the office that is the greatest impact for this is the sheriff's office. The sheriff has come forward and asked that we remove the policy. And Road and Bridge and planning can be affected by it. They work 4-10 schedule. However, in speaking with Rob and with David Gertsch, it does not appear that if we remove the policy that it'll cause any hardships in their office. So I would recommend that we move forward and remove this policy per the sheriff's request. And ultimately it'll end up saving the county money by removing it because we're not giving them an additional day as paid time off.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 13, please.
I move that we approve the removal of the floating holiday policy for the policy and procedure manual.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 14, present for approval Wyoming Office of Homeland Security FEMA Public Assistance Grant application for Mullen Fire 2020 FMAG funds in the amount of $470,000. Chad, Blake, and Bailey I have you listed, so it looks like Bailey's up front.
Good morning, commissioners. This application has been in front of you before. This is the completed application. We've heard back from Homeland Security as much as possible to make sure we have completely filled out everything. To everything they've said, that we're good to go to do the final submittal. A couple of things that we are required to submit with it is a letter from you all in regards to matching for $25,000, which we talked about at the last meeting. That would be split over 2 years. It is something that we would, I would budget in my matching account. So $12,500 the first year, $12,500 the second year. But it would be something I would budget for in my account as long as you guys give us the okay. Another letter that is in there is a letter for in-kind services. Sorry, not in-kind services, but in-kind from the property owners themselves. I talked to Homeland Security about kind of how to get that because we don't have time to go around, get letters from everybody. So they did recommend that we just have the county commissioners agree upon that overall, in general, we would be getting that much amount as in-kind from the landowners themselves. We're not committing the landowner specifically to a certain amount by any means. but just in general that we would be getting that amount to go towards the match for this grant. Chad, do you have anything for this?
Chad, good afternoon. Thanks for waiting with us.
Commissioners, yeah, the Mullin fire was a unprecedented disaster in our county. On the flip side, it provides us with the opportunity to access some of these federal monies to assist us in mitigating further hazards, as well as cleaning up some of the stuff that was there. As an addendum to some of the comments that I had in the previous meeting, these monies will also be utilized to update our county-wide wildfire protection plan. That's a plan that we have in place, but it's badly in need of revision, and these monies will help us do that. The grant, the matching portion of that part of the grant, to the tune of, we believe, about $30,000 to have that done, will come out of my budget.
Awesome.
My colleague from State Forestry is here as well, Travis Pardue. If you have any additional questions, we might be able to answer those as well.
Commissioners Chad, Travis, Bailey, and I see Blake's up on the line. Do you have any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 14.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security FEMA Public Assistance Grant application for the Mullin Fire 2020 FMAG funds in the amount of $470,000.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you guys for your work on this. I really do appreciate it. Item 15, present for approval memorandum of understanding between Albany County, Wyoming and the City of Laramie Police Department for alcohol enforcement for the Laramie Police Department to provide alcohol inspections in Laramie, Wyoming from July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021 in an amount not to exceed $45,000. Susie Kaylin Bailey. Looks like, I don't know if I see.
I don't believe Susan and Kaylin were able to make it today, so
Okay.
I said I'd present for them. This is an agreement with Laramie Police Department. You all did approve it back this fall. However, we needed to make some changes to it, and it was never originally signed. One of the things that was in this agreement to begin with was ID scanners for for LPD to issue to local bars, restaurants, and liquor stores. However, the more Chief Stalder has gotten into it, the ID scanners that actually are IDing these really great fake IDs, it costs a lot more than he expected. So it is something he decided not to do this year. There was also another little piece that we did need to remove because the grant wouldn't fund it anymore like they did the previous year. Other than that, it should be the exact same from the one you guys originally approved back in the fall.
Commissioners, any questions for Bailey?
Nope.
I'd entertain a motion for item 15.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 15 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you, Bailey. 16, present for approval Highway Safety Program Federal Fiscal Year 2021 Subaward Agreement between the Wyoming Department of Transportation Highway Safety Program and County of Albany, Albany County Sheriff's Office for impaired driving, high visibility overtime enforcement CFDA 20.600 in the amount of $5,953.05 from October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021. Sheriff Appelhans, how are you today?
Good. Thank you, Commissioners. This is the final version of the contract for that high visibility impaired driving overtime enforcement through NHTSA and YDOT. Like it says, $5,953 to go for overtime for high visibility overtime, basically DUI enforcement overtime. So between now and September 30th of 2021. So it'll be weekends, holidays, special events between now, if approved, all the way until basically the end of NHTSA's fiscal year.
Thank you, Sheriff Appelhans. Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 16.
I move that we approve item 16 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 17, present for approval, Highway Safety Program Federal Fiscal Year 2021 Subaward Agreement between the Wyoming Department of Transportation Highway Safety Program and County of Albany, Albany County Sheriff's Office for Occupant Protection, High Visibility Overtime Enforcement, CFDA 20.600, in the amount of $3,789.12 from October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2021. Sheriff Applehands, 12 cents. That's always kind of fun for me.
Yeah. This is exactly the same as the last agreement. The only difference between this one and the last one is that this is for occupant protection, high visibility. So seatbelts, child restraints, other restraints within motor vehicles as well. So,
thank you, Sheriff Applehands. Any questions, commissioners? We entertain a motion for item 17.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve item 17 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Sheriff. Appreciate your time. 18, present for approval memorandum of understanding between Wyoming Department of Health, Public Health Division, and Albany County for the purpose of setting forth the terms and conditions by which the county shall utilize grant funds for COVID-19 vaccination campaign activities in an amount not to exceed $392,915 from December 31, 2020 through December 30, 2021. Melanie Pierce, Regional Nurse Supervisor, you're with us this morning. Good afternoon, Melanie.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Melanie. I'm the Regional Supervisor for Public Health Nursing with the state, and I am representing Albany County Public Health today. So this grant would allow us to possibly hire a vaccine coordinator for the COVID vaccine efforts. We could also potentially hire some additional vaccine nurses to give our staff a little break from all of the COVID vaccine efforts that they've put into it. It's become pretty stressful. So this would give, this money would give us the ability to start focusing on our other public health programs that we've put aside during this time. We could also use it for advertising, even if there was a need to pay for a facility, rental costs for a facility, basically anything that we would need to fulfill the COVID vaccine response.
Thank you, Melanie. Commissioners, any questions? I entertain a motion for item 18.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 18 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same side. Motion carries. Thank you. 19, present for approval, request to hire an additional county employed registered nurse for a temporary period starting as soon as March 8, 2021 and ending no later than June 18th, 2021. Melanie again, please.
Yes. So just a little background on this. We have one LT 101, that's the functional assessment that we fulfill for Medicaid, where we go into people's homes, the nursing facility, and perform these assessments of functional ability. And then the county is paid $120 per assessment. We have one nurse that's what she focuses on completely for just doing LTs. And that particular nurse, I actually just found out an hour ago, is wanting to take some FMLA leave, which is going to put us into an even greater need for this. So what we're requesting is to use some funding that we have left over, or we haven't used it, to hire a temporary nurse to just focus on LT 101 assessments. And expenditure account that Ryan put together for us, the approved budget amount for nursing, state nursing was $144,000. And we've had an open position that we haven't been able to hire for over a year. And so that gives us some remaining funds of about $30,585 that won't be used this budget year, that we would like to use to provide some assistance to the staff to get these LT 101s completed. Right now, we're about a month behind in completing the LTs, so we would really appreciate some assistance. And of course, it would only go through June. I do have applicants for the open position, so we're hoping to get those interviewed and hired ASAP.
Thank you, Melanie. Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 19, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to hire an additional county employee registered nurse for a temporary period starting as soon as March 8th and ending no later than June 18th, 2021.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same side. Motion carries. Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
You bet. And just to dovetail on to Melanie's comments, there was a mass vaccination clinic on Thursday and Friday, I believe, and Melanie, correct me if I go off the rails here, for group 1B 7 through 9, which includes people with kidney problems, grocery workers, diabetics, COPD, neurological diseases. You can go to Pole Mountain Pharmacy, who's hosting the clinic at the Armory, and sign up. And there should be about 1,200 doses to be given of Pfizer on Thursday and Friday. So I'd love to see those get into people's arms, in addition to the regular Mountain View Moderna clinic that happens Monday through Friday that I think Jackie got a chance to see this morning. So.
And Mr. Chair, when you say go to, they don't have to go in person to the pharmacy. They can go
to the
online.
Website,
Okay.
Pole Mountain Pharmacy website, please. And it's pretty straightforward from there. So thank you. Item 20 was removed. Item 21, appoint Shirley Kyle, I hope that's right, to the Albany County Weed and Pest Control District Area 2 for a 4-year term to expire January 2025. Commissioners, I'd entertain a motion.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Shirley Kyle to a 4-year term on the Albany County Weed and Pest District.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
She is my friend and she is a wonderful person.
Yeah.
And I mean that. She's a great person.
Hearing and seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 22, take from the table resolution 2021-008, a resolution approving Wyoming Downs LLC to conduct pari-mutuel horse racing and to operate simulcast of pari-mutuel wagering on live and historical horse racing at a satellite facility and existing bars within Albany County, Wyoming. Peggy, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was at your request to bring back to this meeting and to make some revisions to incorporate your thoughts from the previous meeting when this was heard. At that time, I did a resolution A, which actually lays out that you would desire that any bars that are interested in having this type, that they make application individually. So I incorporated that in the amendment. I addressed all your concerns about annual review. I kept also that they would be subject to being revoked if they did not comply with the Gaming Commission's rules and regulations. And I think I incorporated in the findings also just to document what happened at our previous meeting. So I laid that out. So if you do go forward, I would respectfully request that you amend this with that resolution A in its entirety. And then if you had any other additional revisions you want to see, we could make those on the spot now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Any questions, commissioners? I'd entertain a motion for item 22 then.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we take from the table resolution 2021-008.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 23, present for approval amendment of resolution 2021-008 with resolution 2021-008A, a resolution approving Wyoming Downs LLC to conduct pari-mutuel horse racing and to operate simulcast of pari-mutuel wagering on live and historical horse racing at a satellite facility and process to request individualized permission and approval for existing bars within Albany County, Wyoming, and authorize the chairperson to sign. Commissioners, unless you have any further questions of Peggy, or if somebody in the public would like to speak.
Mr. Chairman, in light of the fact that the county attorney explained both items in her last presentation, I move that we approve resolution 2021-8A, resolution approving Laramie Downs LLC to conduct pari-mutuel horse racing and to operate simulcast pari-mutuel wagering on live and historical horse racing at a satellite facility. And, you know, that we can request they have to request individual permission from us and approval for existing bars in the Albany County, Wyoming, and authorize you to sign it. Okay. Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Peggy, for that. I appreciate that work. 2024 has been removed, the audit, but it's been replaced by National Employees Recognition Day on Friday. Christina, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. You have just as much trouble saying that as I do. National Employee Appreciation Day is Friday, as I discussed during public comment. We had someone come forward and donate money to buy pizzas for our entire organization for National Employee Appreciation Day. And so because the money is donated, there's no financial impact to the county. And I would like to get permission to order those pizzas and provide lunch. The one thing that I would throw out there, and I don't even know if it's possible, but I was curious about if the courthouse would have the ability to close, you know, like 11 to noon or noon to 1 to allow all the staff to enjoy lunch together at the same time. I don't know if that's a possibility or if it's something we can publish ahead of time. But at best, even if we can't close the courthouse, it has been brought forward, you know, that money to buy those pizzas. So at minimum, I'd like to do that for the employees.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I move that authorize human resources to purchase lunch for our employees with someone else's money and for us to close the courthouse on Friday from noon to 1 so they don't have to work in shifts, so that they can stop working.
Are you done? Okay. I thought you might put in and make sure that they invite the commissioners to
And make sure we put signs on the doors so that people know that it's opening up in
an hour. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Oh, with respect to so for the courthouse and 501 Iverson, you know, and even planning, you know, I think that closing is appropriate for, you know, the sheriff's department and road and bridge. I think that the supervisors there just have to do what they can, however they can, because because of the nature of their work and where they are now. So we won't, maybe we can't micromanage that, but anyway. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Jackie, is that enough time? Will anybody, is that going to cause any problem if we close the courthouse? If we just put signs on there? Not any more than normal? Okay.
It's enough notice.
Yeah, okay, it's been moved and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. I hope our employees know that we really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Christina, for bringing that up. I so do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Thank
bet.
you. And to clarify, you guys said close between 12 and 1, correct?
Yeah. Is that what you would?
No,
would
that's
like?
fine. No, that's perfect. I just want to make sure that I give that notice to departments. Also, I'll get with Adam for us to put it up on our website. And I'll notify the Boomerang if they would like to run anything or put it on their site. And Jackie can help me with that too, if she has a contact. But we'll try to get it out to the public so that they're aware. I'll get signs posted on the doors later today that'll be occurring. And then the only other comment that I have is Road and Bridge is actually off on Fridays. They don't typically work unless there is some snow. So I will get with Rob and maybe we can get his staff pizza later in the week, the following week, since they're not there on Fridays.
All right. Thanks, Christina. I appreciate it. Thanks for doing all that.
Thank you.
25, provide fiscal year 2021-2022 Albany County Budget Directive. Commissioners. So I'm guessing that we want to stick with that calendar that you proposed, that we proposed, Jackie, and then just an overall idea of flat budgeting with priorities for raised funds in your budget or your department. And then we'll set that going forward using the calendar. Is that what you were hoping we would do? Okay. Commissioners, any other concerns, questions like that change? What I would say to Sue is that the budget process is going to be like drinking from a fire hose. It's going to freak you out, but it's a team effort and it's a really cool one. So what he is saying and what's been done before is that the budgets are the bare minimum, like the foundation, and then we are able with a larger pool of discretionary money to prioritize and direct traffic on projects that need to be done. And in governmental type organizations where people sort of over budget and then you got all these coffee cans lined up that you can't go raid because they're already budgeted. You can't find that money, it's just hidden. So in answer to Albany County having a spending problem, right, we don't. We have a spending problem and we can't pay our people enough and only play the roads twice a year and stuff like that. Anyway, so that's kind of the theme, right? So I move that we approve the budget calendar as presented by the county clerk and direct public officials, elected officials, and department heads to craft their budgets in a bare bones way with their lists of needs prioritized so that we can take care of those at the time we make the budget.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? And I think just to put a little caveat in here, we would like to start at a higher level of the budget, but right now, the last thing that I saw with the legislature is we're facing a 10% reduction for county funds, which means a couple $100,000 for us as a county. So just to let you know that is the backdrop of what we're dealing with this year. But who knows? We'll see how the taxations come in and the funding comes in. So thank you. Maybe the private sector will come through. Yeah. Well, if we moved and seconded, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Item 26, accept the resignation of Alan Frank, GIS Director. Commissioners, I'd entertain a motion.
I move regretfully and sorrowfully that we accept the resignation of Alan Frank, GIS Director.
He's probably happy that you're not gonna be hanging out over there.
The amount of information filed away in his mind that he can just, it's gonna be a steep learning curve for whoever takes that position.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And I think there'll be a get together here to thank Alan coming up, and we'll be looking for the details. Thanks to you guys for helping set that up. Alan spent a lot of good years with us, and I really do want to say thank you in an afternoon or with some cake or something. So, item 27, approve the vouchers for February 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the vouchers for February 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Executive session, is this needed or no? I can't remember. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to Wyoming statute 164405A II.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll recess regular session and enter into executive session at 12:58. regular session.
I move that we exit executive session, return to regular session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries, and we'll enter into regular session at 1:28. Jackie, thank you. Item 31, action regarding executive session. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we refrain from posting the GIS director job until we explore salaries, qualifications, duplication of services, all of those things as we enter the budget season.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Christina?
Yeah, so if you would just provide a little bit of clarification with exactly what you want me to do. Is it specifically if we move the position into other departments, what we would say? What are your thoughts with how we should proceed? So I know exactly what I need to provide you.
Well, I know a fair amount about GIS, and we just got to dive into it. I mean, we're not going to get the research back to this board, the understanding of what we're dealing with, unless we just go do it. So there's the personnel part, but also the duties part. And we probably couldn't have that discussion without the assessor being at the table. And maybe even the law enforcement, the sheriff, the chief of police, and Lark in general.
Okay. I would assume to include fire, Chad, correct, and elections.
Yep.
Because he is for the GIS department, assist Tracy with her tax sales, and probably road and bridge and planning. I think it involves a lot of the departments. They also provide for our drivers.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it sounds like I should maybe send an email and start planning to meet with all of these individuals as a group initially to see what our needs are.
Can we, maybe we could put out a request for the services that all the departments use for, so that we can compile a list. Because we might get close, but we wouldn't want to omit something, right?
Sure. So do we
So
do
they
something
tell us what
similar to what
they
Pete
use
is doing for
GIS
the
for.
grants office?
Yeah, I was going to include that on the grants office survey and include engineering also, so that people could give us an idea of what they need if there are big projects coming out. And then give us a historical perspective. Do they need engineering 10 hours a week? Do they need it 10 hours a month? And then we could maybe get a basic understanding of what that might mean if that person found themselves underneath the assessor's office, or if they were a standalone like has been historical.
Okay. So to be clear, you're going to put that in on you'll add GIS into that survey?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Any further discussions? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Seeing no more business before the Albany County Commission on March 2nd, I move we adjourn at 1:32. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.